What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie2988. Or wait, I'm sorry. That's I got confused there for a second. No, I'm the lore runner. What's up, guys? Running a little bit late, just a little bit. I was finishing breakfast, as well as doing a few calculations because I wanted to toss some numbers at you. I also am going to toss out that push notification. There we go. I remembered this time. Alright. Ground rules. Don't be a dick. That's it. That's the ground rule today. Don't be a dick. I don't care what you're talking about. I don't care if it's something very volatile or that you believe very sincerely or deeply in. But if you lack the basic capacity to respect someone else for being different than you, then you do not belong here, period. We, of course, all have several different opinions and perspectives. That's kind of the point of being human, actually. We are incredibly varied as entities, even on a basically biological sense. Even the ways in which we disagree, how we vary, whether or not you think there is such a thing as a soul, whether or not you think we actually are sentient or sapient, and whether or not you think we're just basic animals, we are still completely different. It is not that hard to respect difference. There is no such thing as a question that is not allowed, with one exception, which I will not even be saying out loud. However, I may or may not answer any questions given. That is my right. And the one that I enforce. Now, before we really get started, I do actually have a game ready to play. I wanted to share a couple things with you. So, I mentioned this yesterday. I got... Well, actually, it would be more accurate to say my step-parents got in the mail. The official 2016 Democratic Party survey. Disclaimer, I am not making fun of the Democrat Party or the Democrats. I'm making fun of this document, because this looks like it was written by 10-year-olds. And I just had to, this is actually like about a month ago that this thing showed up. I've been saving it for today ever since. First question. Which positions of the Republicans do you believe are the most troubling? Number 1, implementing unconstitutional acts. Number 2, it doesn't say which or what, it just says there. Let me go and I've got like 3 things to share as a one, then we could just open the doors. Number 2, repealing the Affordable Care Act. Number 3, endangering national security. Number 4, restricting women's reproductive rights. Number 5, reversing marriage equality. Number 6, dismantling Social Security. Number 7, packing the Supreme Court with right-wing extremists. I don't have anything to dress up in, Super Awesome KJ. I have no outfit. I have my normal stuff. Oh, right. I'm sorry. That does remind me of something, though. My running mate is here with me, and I do have something serious to talk about in addition to something silly to talk about with regards to Goomba here. We're just going to I'm going to have to slouch a little bit to brace him here. Should have gotten some tape. There we go. Goomba, ready to go. I just got to sit very still. Opposing... Wait, this is really, really badly written. Give me a second. Opposing increasing minimum wage in the federal court. Oh, right! You're right, Swan. I actually forgot about that. I actually forgot. I have been so behind on everything. I actually forgot about that. Where is it? There it is. Here you go, guys. Drink it in. Denying climate change. Do note that it doesn't say denying that climate change is a thing, or denying the truth of climate change, just denying climate change. Apparently one of the most disturbing things of the Republican platform is refusing climate change. I know I'm a little nitpicky here, but this is just so badly written. What aspect of the Republican candidacy do you find most disturbing? Hateful and dangerous rhetoric. Erratic temperament and judgment. The pledge to repeal the Affordable Care Act. By the way, just as a heads up, every one of these questions has the Affordable Care Act mentioned in it. Every single one. Reckless foreign policy positions. The pledge to appoint conservatives to the Supreme Court. Disregard for the U.S. Constitution. Disregard for religion. Views on women's reproductive rights. It's another one that keeps just showing up. And the pledge to rip up the Paris Accord. I'm not actually going to read all of these, but I do want to read one other one. I actually read it last night, so forgive me for the repetition. As a bit of an economic geek, this one particularly amuses me. Which of the actions do you feel would be most helpful to families? Closing tax loopholes, ensuring that wealthy Americans pay their fair share, stopping companies from shipping jobs. I'll skip this one because that's the real one. Protecting Social Security and this, or excuse me, that's bleeding over. Protecting Social Security from privatization, and this is the best one of all. You ready for this? Breaking up the banks and Wall Street. I definitely think that if we shut down the banking system of America, it will benefit families. I'm not going to read the rest. It was good for a laugh. What can I say? Now, what's funny is there's several questions where I could actually share something legitimate, an actual thought that I had legitimately about politics, but it's multiple choice, so the answer I would pick is not on here. So, that's the first thing I wanted to share. Hang on, Goomba. There's actually another thing I want to share here really quick. Give me just a moment. This is a card from my grandmother. I know. Weird thing to go with. Hear me out. I can't actually show it to you. Oh, maybe I can. I figured the green would pick it up. It's a picture of a piece of toast, and it says, "The Walking Bread." Grains. Grains. My grandmother is awesome. It was the yeast she could do. Anyways. Oh, right. I need to keep this list, because I have a list of stuff that I want to talk about. Let me go ahead and move on to something that's going to be extremely controversial. Actually, this is probably one of the least controversial things I'm going to say today. You ready for this? Daylight savings time is stupid! One more time. Daylight savings time is stupid. A friend of mine that I knew back at work, I actually am still kind of friends with him, once decided to make a point of going out of his way and researching daylight savings time and trying to figure out, no, Charlotte will come back! Tried to, hi Mr. Darkness, hi everyone, by the way, made a point of saying, pretty much looking into the daylight savings time thing and figuring out whether or not it works or doesn't work. I'm putting him up here because he's the president now. Why is daylight savings time stupid? Well, there's actually two very important reasons. It's a negative, and it has no positive. Now, I know that's a summary. I'm not going to go over his whole findings. It was actually a very extensive study he did over the course of most of a semester. But the general gist of it was more time and effort is spent on readjusting certain things than is saved from the lack of energy bills, which is the primarily stated reason for DST still existing. And that in the modern era, there is no actual benefit to switching things around like that. Also, I suppose I should also add that, as I mentioned yesterday, not everywhere follows DST, which can cause several issues. And of course, I'm not talking issues like just, oh shoot, I forgot it was 7 or whatever, or oh no, the stream's starting early. I mean issues like it actually causes genuine conflicts. Like, let me just use a very, very simple example. Airplanes. Airlines actually have to have a specific algorithm, this is not a joke, a specific algorithm in place to adjust all the schedules pretty much across the entire United States. I don't know if this is true in other countries, but across the entire United States to balance out for daylight savings time, especially because, as I just mentioned, not every state does it. So some states the time moves, and some states it doesn't. DST is stupid. And the reason it exists... Now, this is my opinion now. Everything I've just stated is fact. I suppose, except for the DST is stupid. If I'm being 100% honest, that is still opinion. Yeah, and as someone points out, there are also places that do daylight savings time at different times. But for me, the biggest reason why daylight savings time is stupid is because it is a significant problem in our modern society to try and cling to concepts that no longer apply. I genuinely, firmly believe, you want me to be honest about my politics, here's one of my biggest points. Progressiveness is not necessarily a bad thing. The idea of adapting to the fact that the environment has changed, to me, is something that is so basic common sense as to be something that shouldn't even be stated. DST had a purpose once upon a time. That purpose no longer exists. Why does it still exist? Because we're clinging. That's it. That is the real reason. Now, I will also admit that the clinging to the to parallel this, because I do have a counterpoint against myself. I myself have said that it would be a costly and difficult venture that may or may not be worth doing to switch the United States and whoever else is still doing it over to the metric system. Here's the problem with that. The DST thing could be fixed probably inside of a month. The switching to the metric system would be a colossal undertaking that would take years. A complete overhaul of an uncountable amount of books, programs, information, actual measuring devices, going down and actually rewriting like all the signs on the roads, readjusting all the miles per hour to kilometers per hour. It would be a huge undertaking. That does not mean I'm against that, by the way. Don't put words in my mouth. But it would be a colossal undertaking. DST could just be out of existence, effectively. Switching us over to metric, that would take time and effort. That would be much worse than just ripping off a Band-Aid. But as I think I've made very, very clear in my show, I generally tend to be on the favor of time and effort. So I do think we should be making that shift over to metric. I also think we should do it with a definitive plan in mind and not just flail around doing it, but whatever. Moving on. Now, that's feasible too, Zawan, in all honesty. That might also be a good Band-Aid, or not Band-Aid, a good bridge into switching over to metric. Regardless, though, Google Fiber triggered. Regardless, I got one more thing to talk about. I'm debating if I should even mention the last thing, because it's getting into some actual personal things here. Not personal, that's not what I mean. So let me talk about the other thing, because I feel much better about talking about this. I have often found it hilarious how pointless presidential debates are. No, before you jump down my throat, what I mean by that is, let's say, purely hypothetical, Goomba here is not a stuffed animal, but an actual Goomba, okay? You with me so far? Let's say Mr. Goomba is running for president. Hear me out, okay? Let's say Mr. Goomba goes up to the stand and is asked a question. It does not matter what the question is. You can insert any question, literally any question, and they will not answer you with total honesty. That's not what they're there to do. Their purpose is to get you on their side. This is something that I have found very interesting in modern society in general, and in politics in particular. Because there's no truth in it. Let's just start with that. But more to the point, there's no information conveyed other than what they are trying not to say. In other words, I was thinking about this because this came up in several of my recent ruminations. if I was asked what was the question? Comes the Inquisitor. It came up in Comes the Inquisitor, right? I was going through Comes the Inquisitor on Babylon 5. Great episode. Not going to spoil much, but there's a question asked in the spoiler in the episode. Who are you? Okay? I feel like that's not spoilery for Babylon 5. Who are you is the question that's asked. Now, there's a lot of significance to that question by design. And I found myself, when I was watching it, I paused the episode and debated how I would answer that question. As I was debating how I would honestly, genuinely answer that question, as in what it really meant to me, I got a message from my good friend who was saying that the presidential debate, one of them, I don't remember which, was about to start. This is a bit ago. Obviously, I record in advance. And so it just, the contrast struck me. Now, I'm not exactly a perfect person. I put on a mask just like everyone does. We all do it. There's no shame in it. It's part of our existence as human beings to put on masks and to just show pieces of ourselves or none of ourselves when we're on or around others. However, the contrast struck me because for me, if I was in some way actually had the power to decide my leadership, the people who are going to be in charge of my country and my life, I would want to know the real answer so I could actually judge the individual. I would want to know how they respond to that question. I would want to know how much time they think on it. I would want to know what kind of response they give, the tone with which they give it, the gestures with which they give it. All of that would convey to me information on the individual I am trying to select. But that's not what we get. How many times have you been asked the question, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Or, what do you think is your worst flaw? Or, what made you go into this industry? How many times have you answered those honestly? Or have you either exaggerated, adjusted, or flat out lied in order to give the answer you think they want to hear? Which actually adds another wrinkle to things, because you don't actually know what they want to hear. You're assuming what they want to hear. I hate those questions. Funny story. One time I was trying to get a job at Hardee's as a store manager. I gave honest answers to those questions. I was declined. Funny fact. Yeah, as Shuria just points out, you generally don't want to answer those honestly. And isn't that just wonderful? That the goal is to give a dishonest answer? And this leads me to something else. My last opinion thing, I don't think I'm going to talk about the other thing, because the other thing is just everything wrong with the world in one sentence, and I don't want to get into that. When we were going through Dragon Age Origins, do you remember that? It's been a while. When we were going through Dragon Age Origins, I honestly gave my opinion that Anora was a terrible queen. That she should not be queen. That she is not fit to be queen. I was very vitriolic in my statement on that. A lot of the chat, as we were going through Dragon Age Origins, questioned me on that, argued with me on that, discussed that with me on that, and I couldn't give the full and total answer to that because I would be kind of passing the line into my political thing, which is why I'm talking about it now. Anora is someone who is a symptom and a cause of the problem. The problem that I just mentioned. Giving the honest answer is usually not the correct answer when it comes to things like, getting a job or politics or what have you. That would just not work with the way the system functions. So people perpetuate it, which is what perpetuates the system, and therefore victimizes further people into perpetuating the system. Anora was not good for Ferelden, in my blunt opinion. We needed someone who was going to be honest, even if that honesty is, frankly, not the most intelligent and well-designed honesty. Alistair is pretty damn honest. Even in his evasions of things, he's pretty honest about how he's doing it and what he's evading. Just my opinion. Now, I guess I do have one more thing. I keep saying that. I do have one more thing. Give me just a second here. So, as you may or may not be aware, uh, I've made the question recently, kind of jokingly, but not really. Would you vote for this Goomba for the President of the United States? Now, see you around, Taquita. Wow. I didn't realize I was that much of an asshole, Trilateral. um, the, the reason I asked that is this is people are probably going to be pissed off at me for this one. It is my legitimately genuine opinion that this stuffed animal, not an actual Goomba, just a stuffed animal, would be better for the United States as a presidential candidate and as a president. And I mean that with total sincerity. No joking. Now, there's many reasons why that is. But let me give you the most obvious and blatant reason. What's a lot of money to you? Vague question, I know, but it's vague on purpose. What is a lot of money to you? What means a lot of money to you? Oh, I finally found it. Hey, Corwin. $1 million, €100, $100, 1,000,000, $1,000, 500,000 to 1,000,000, 1,000. I don't know that currency. 10,000, 10 pounds, 50 pounds. €1,000,000, $1,000, $100,000, 10,000,000. $100 is a lot of money to me. I'll give you my answer. I am looking at the possibility of having to replace 3 of the tires on my car. That's going to cost a couple $100, and that is a lot of money to me. In 1960, let me rewind a bit. I have been asked, several dozen times, a lot this year, why this particular presidential election has been such a big deal. Why it's been so overblown, and why it's been having so much issues. I've noticed a lot of these people asking this are people who do not live in the United States. Let me clue you in on something. For anybody who is not aware of this, forgive me for those of you who this sounds like the obvious, every presidential election going back to a specific date and time, which I can name, has been a big deal. It's always a big deal. There's always a big fuss made. There's always a lot of poo-flinging. There's always a media circus. There's always a lack of actual defining reality to what the presidency actually means. It's the norm. Now, yeah, I'm with you on that, Enigma. I'm not even sure how I'm going to afford that, but so and it where it actually started is debatable. I'll admit that. It is my opinion that started in the 1960 election. Would anyone like to know how much money was spent on the 1960 election adjusted for inflation? I did the math myself just before I started the stream. Let's pause for a moment here. Yes, pun intended. Who was running? JFK. Ah, Swedish crowns. Thank you. $5. $154,970,675.67. Now, that may or may not sound like a lot of money to you. That's up to you to decide that, not me. But that is, in my opinion, a colossal amount of money. Even when at the governmental level, that is still a colossal amount of money. How much do you think has been spent on the election this year? I've got some figures right here. Actually, let me just go down some figures, if you don't mind. Now, this is not adjusted for inflation. So not adjusting for inflation, that was $19.9 million spent in 1960 between Nixon and Kennedy. In 1964, with Goldwater and Johnson, a total of $24.8 million was spent. In 1968, it was $37 million spent. In 1972, it was $91.4 million. Are you noticing a trend? 1976, Ford and Carter. It was, I'm doing the math in my head, that's why it's taking a moment, $69.2 million. Now, there's a definite upward trend here, absolutely. But what's interesting to me is we get to 1996, okay? 1996 was Dole versus Clinton. Bob Dole. You remember that one? I do. The first election I really remember and haven't had any significance in was actually Bush Sr. versus Clinton. But Dole versus Clinton. Bob Dole versus Clinton raised, just between Dole and Clinton, by the way, this is not any other candidates, just between those two raised $181.2 million. Now, that is a little under 10 times what was raised in 1960, but that's not adjusted for inflation. However, here's the big point. Immediately after that, the very next election, each election has been going up by a couple $1,000,000. The year 2000 was Bush Jr. versus Al Gore. I bet you remember that election. That one raised $306.8 million. That is almost double the previous election year. The year after that, Bush Jr. versus Kerry. 2004. That one raised, now the math is getting a little harder, give me a moment, $682.7 million. 2008, McCain versus Obama raised, wow, God, this is ridiculous. I think 7, 8, 9, 1 billion and some change. I don't feel like doing the math. Just a little bit over $1 billion. Are you noticing the trend yet? You think this is bad? Now, this is where things get interesting, and this is kind of part of my point. There's another point in the background here. Hey, third. Let me get rid of the inflation calculator there. This, to date, the amount of money spent on this presidential election is $1 billion. Let me say that again in case you missed it. The amount spent in this election is actually less than it's been in the previous two. By a significant margin, actually. I've got the figures actually right here. Hillary Clinton has spent $624 million. I'm going to say that one more time. Of the billion raised this year, Hillary Clinton alone and her candidacy is responsible for $624 million. Trump, $282 million. Bernie Sanders, $232 million. Ted Cruz, $162 million. John, I don't know how to pronounce his name, $55.1 million. Last election, or no, I guess this is actually, yeah, this is the last election, sorry. Last election, 2012. It's not giving me the exact figure. $7.1 billion. $7.1 billion was spent on the 2012 campaign. Is that a lot of money? I feel stupid for stating this. Maybe it's just the way my mind thinks, but this is so obvious to me. This is so apparent and blatant and ridiculous and stupid. Are my figures out of date? Oh, you're right. This is actually as of April. My bad, Diokana. Apparently they've spent even more. They're not going to pass that 7 billion thing. My bad. I'm sorry. I apparently had outdated figures. Let's see if this is uploaded yet. You know one of the hardest things about discussing politics with people? It's maintaining that well-reasoned mentality. It is actually difficult to do that for me when it comes to things like this. Because $7 billion... I can't even explain how much you could do with that much money right now. In any country in the world, or even for all countries in the world. 7 billion is a stupid amount of money. Burnt on an election campaign. Burnt. I'm going to re-stress that word. I'll admit this is opinion. But it was burnt because it didn't go to anything. It served no purpose. It did not add to the country. It did not add to the individual. It did not add to the society or the species or anything. They could have tossed that $7 billion into the sun. No, that's still not getting it. Just put it into a pit and set it on fire, and in my opinion, it would have had the same impact on everything, with some minor technical variances. It's disgusting. It's disgusting on a personal level, because I know exactly what I could do with $7 billion. I know what I could do with $300,000. I could live comfortably for the rest of my life on $300,000 and still have money left over to take care of my friends and family. I've done the math. I've figured it out. 300 grand is the minimum, basically. I could, if I was dumped that kind of money right now, I'm good for life. And so are my friends and family. 300,000. Hang on. Just because I'm curious. 1,000, million, billion. So, just to give you a little bit of a perspective, that would give about 23,332 people could be set for life with that kind of money. Again, not a huge amount, really. But we're also setting people up and their families for life. Not for 1 year, for one candidacy campaign. For the next 80 or so years. Anywho. And I'm not even going to get into the full economical mess that it is, because it is an economical mess. Now, why does this tie into this guy and his presidential campaign? How much money do you think Goomba would spend on his presidential campaign? Already, by itself, immediately, we have improved society because of the lack of a negative. I could get into my opinion, based on my knowledge of history, government, and politics, that the president is an irrelevant individual who has certain descriptions of power, but does not have any real power, and therefore is basically... Well, we're being honest here. It is my opinion that the president's purpose is to be the blame figure that they don't actually do anything other than be the big target that everyone can target within and without. Foreign powers tend to point to the president. Internal powers tend to point to the president. He's a nice. He's the tank. He's aggro. He's not even the tank because the tank actually does something. He's up there with like if you've played WoW, there's got these dummies that literally just go like this, and they just automatically taunt everything near them. That's the president. So we've got Goomba as president, serving the same function, doing the same thing, accomplishing the same goal. I like Target better, Progue. Yes, there is, Sean. Go back before 1960. Oh, by the way, some of you may be asking, this is a valid question that nobody asked, or at least I didn't see anybody ask. Why was 1960 the time when big spending for election campaign happened? Television. Kennedy was arguably the first person to really properly use television as part of his election campaign, and that was one of the biggest contributing factors to why it was so expensive for that particular campaign. Ergo, before that, you didn't really have that much expense, even if you actually adjust for inflation for a presidential election. The candidates would drive around and do rallies and all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't nearly as costly. So. Agreed, Mandarton. I will also agree with Billbot. Kennedy had a very good television face and television voice. That's not true, Zawan. I could prove that's not true, actually. It's not opinion. Because the money you would be spending in your continued existence would be cycling into the economy of your country. You may not be directly contributing to the government yourself, but everything you are doing is adding to the flow of the money throughout the nation. As long as you don't just sit on that money, which, I mean, that would be very, very stupid, and not what I would do. So the money would keep flowing, and of course, I could also point out that everything I buy and purchase and spend that money on is being taxed. So the government does still get money out of my money. It's just not directly out of my pocket. So, no, I'm sorry, Zawan. I actually fundamentally disagree with you on that one. But the idea of taxing that kind of thing is something that a lot of governments have tried to do. As I've stated before, if I was to take this dollar, let's assume it's more than $1, but hear me out, okay? And I give it to someone. Here you go. And as a result of giving it to someone, this is technically, or rather technically, taxable income. Now, I know, you're all going to argue against this. But if someone decided to actually come after you for this, they could and they would. They probably won't. It's not actually worth their freaking time. And for the most part, it's such a hassle to actually track things like gifts that they don't bother. But it has happened in history where someone has given a gift of money to someone and they have been gone after for the taxes of it. It is technically the law that they can do this. And yes, Mandarton, there would be investments. Specific types of investments. Oh, by the way, has anybody here seen the movie Other People's Money? See you around, Mac Daddy. I can't argue with that point, Zawan, but that doesn't mean I agree with it. I think the idea of taxing a gift is approximately as stupid as trying to charge someone for selling used videos or video games. It is the exact same stupid in my mind. I actually mentioned this previously. So I guess not a lot of people have seen Other People's Money. That's a pity. It's a terrifying movie. I don't actually recommend it. It's a very blunt... it's framed as a comedy, but it is in truth a very depressing movie because it's not that exaggerative from how economics really work. But let me get across the point here. If you are an investor and you go out of your way to, for example, play the market, buy low, sell high, day trading, all of that stuff, would you believe that? It is my opinion that that is probably one of the core problems with the entire worldwide economy, is that concept of what's in it for me now, and that constant trading and selling and day trading, all that fun stuff. And not just on stocks. I mean, there's a lot of things that are traded in investments. Some people don't actually realize that. There's a huge variety of a colossal different types of investments, but it all boils down to the same thing. Trying to squeeze a company for money, getting rid of it, and with that money, squeezing someone else's money, and then squeezing someone else. And that's basically what's being happened there. Wringing the money out of as many companies as you can before moving on to nothing. Yeah, exactly. Creating money from nothing. I've actually talked about this concept before. It's called fake money. Now, I don't mean the fact that, I have X dollars in my account, but there's no physical money that exists. What I mean by fake money is when money has been added to the system that didn't actually come from anywhere. That's not true, Zawan. Now, stock trading, you can't do that anymore because there's so many checks and balances on specific stocks, but you would be surprised, Zawan, at least here in the States, I don't know about other countries, but here in the States, how many different ways there are to buy into a company, rip all the money out of it, create money from nothing, create fake money, and then dump all of it and move on to the next company. It is done on a daily basis here in the States, on a large scale and on a small scale. There are entire people whose entire... Look up the term corporate raider sometime. Look up the term... well, no, I think corporate raider actually summarizes it quite nicely. You think you've seen movies about corporate raiders and understand how despicable those people are? Those are romanticized Hollywood versions of the actual despicable people that do that in real life and still do that to this day. Now, to get to my point, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. The point here is that that kind of philosophy is pretty much the reason for the quarterly return thing. I've spoken so many times against the quarterly return mentality. I have constantly raged against the quarterly return mentality, and I will continue to do so until it stops being horrible. But it is my opinion that the quarterly return mentality is sourced from that the people underneath the economy, the people underneath those corporations, the people who are basically actually the ones moving the money as on large scale throughout the economy, are the ones who are doing this corporate pillaging, raiding garbage. And so that's why I think that's a bad thing. Now, the reason I brought this up is, would you believe that's not the only way to invest? Some people seem to think that the only way to do investments is to do that kind of thing. The only way to properly invest money is to, on your own small, minuscule little scale, compared to the overall economy, of course, no insult intended, to try and buy into companies at the right time, sell at the right time, and move your money around. That's, ironically enough, I mean, whether it works or not is a gamble. That is, in my opinion, that should be legally defined as gambling. Or not legally, but that should be literally defined as gambling. Because it is gambling. All investment is gambling to some extent or another, of course, but when you pull into certain types of investments, and please don't ask me for specifics, I don't even remember all the acronyms off the top of my head. I actually have notes that I refer to when I need to look up specifics for that. But there are types of investments where basically you invest in this. And you put your money into this and you say, go make something out of this. And they go make something out of this over a fairly long period of time. You get concepts like dividends. You get concepts like increase in sharehold. And there's a dozen other things that I don't actually want to get into. I just realized that I'm getting into an extremely complicated topic. My point is that I could invest without contributing to the destruction of the universe. That's all I wanted to say. Banks. 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 Ah, banks. On average, as of about a month ago, which is the last time I did the calculations, dividends is about 100 to 1 return on investment. If you don't understand what that means you will need 100 returns, 100 payouts, in order to equal out the money you put in. Most dividend companies do that at about monthly, so that's about 100 months, which is about 20 years, I want to say, something like that. That's about average for dividends. So, banks. God, banks. God. I don't even know where to start with banks. I, I really don't. Banks. Once upon a time, banks' purpose in existence was to be the place where all the money was for when you needed money and would have it eventually but don't have it now. Basically the concept of debt. In other words, if I have a job that pays me 10, I don't know, denarii a month, but I need 30 denarii now. Hi, Venters. And I want that 30 denarii now. I go to the bank and I say I would like to have 30 denarii. I go in debt to the bank for 30 denarii because they have money on hand. They then give me the 30 denarii. I go buy whatever it is I need to buy or pay off whatever it is I need to pay off. And then over the next 3 months, I pay in the 30 denarii. Now that is a very logical concept. Of course, it is logical, furthermore, especially economically speaking. Really, Bella? That's hilarious. It is further logical, economically speaking, that the bank needs some money to cover expenses. They have people whose job it is to guard and defend and procure and deal with and account and all that stuff, the money. So they charge interest. Now, again, the whole point here, I was just making up numbers, made this, give me a break. The whole point here is that banks are like monopolies, which are like unions. In other words, all three of these things at one point in human history served a very genuinely good overall purpose in society and in the economy specifically. Then somewhere along the line, someone or someone's looked at it and said, why don't we charge more? Why don't we encourage people to take more loans so we could squeeze them out longer? And then someone was like, well, hang on. Why don't we go ahead and have a situation where, here, there you go, is the one. You can click that link for a more in-depth answer. Why don't we have a situation where we could, instead of wanting them to pay off their debts, we could make it so that we design the system so that they never pay off their debt, so that they stay in debt. Well, how do we encourage people to stay in debt? Well, why don't we create a system that allows the situation such that being in debt is a good thing? Well, why don't we have it? It's escalation. It's just a very, very basic concept of escalation. Nowadays, banks trade more in debt than in anything else. And it's mind-boggling when you really step back and look at it. It really is. Because the entire purpose of a bank nowadays is to make money. Now, I know that sounds silly, because, of course, everything's purpose is to make money. But I think I've already made my point then. I don't really have much else to add to that. I don't want to get into the specifics of trading debt. I've actually already done that recently. You know, I had a game ready to play today. I've been talking for 49 minutes in front of a waving flag and our new president. And of course, people are going to argue definitions, which is why I try not to even get into that. I already talked about mercenaries, remember? I had a whole discussion about mercenaries, dude. I probably could, sure, you. Oh, should Mercs be legal? You're right, I didn't answer that question. Let me think about that for a moment. Should Mercs be legal? Because that's not an easy answer. Should Mercs be legal? Thanks, Myron. I think it depends on the time, Zoan. I think it depends on the era. I think it depends on what's happening at that point in history. I don't think there should be one static law that just says mercenaries are illegal, period. Mercenaries are legal, period. I don't think that should be a thing, personally. I think that that should be debated on an individual basis. So there's my answer. I suppose by technical definition that would mean mercs are legal by default and then can be disallowed. You know, there's always that oversight on top of it, so I suppose that would be the full answer to your question. Oh, right. Who here would like to know something that I'm also going to admit is a bit of opinion? But hang on, I got questions first, so screw my opinion. I haven't either, actually, Dakota. Well, so far this stream's going up to YouTube, so good job, everyone. So speaking of banks, do I think the ending of Fight Club is what really happened with the outcome would be what Tyler wanted? No, it's too short-sighted and too simple. It's like someone who is rebelling against some big empire. We've seen that in a dozen works of fiction, haven't we? And they kill the big evil emperor, and they win! But that's not how that works. One of the things I like most in video games is when they analyze not just, you know, saving the world, but fixing the world. Actually making things better after you've gotten rid of the problem. Because once you do what Tyler did, for example, then you have a huge amount of work to do to fix everything and get started with a new system. It's why a revolution is usually such a long, costly, bloody affair. Think about it. So no, I think it wouldn't have worked. I thought I saw another question there. Malaeus, let me just say that there is, in my blunt opinion, no reason someone should be able to make you feel bad about not voting. Lore Runner Enigma. What if F-10-2 should have been? You notice I didn't even say what happens at the end of Fight Club. I still avoided spoilers there. Now, what was I going to say? Let's talk about the voting thing, because that's actually something I was about to mention. I have never voted in a presidential election, and I never will. Unless someone literally holds a gun to me and says vote or die. I will swallow my pride and do something irrelevant rather than die. Now, I've heard a lot of people give a lot of different reasons for why they don't vote. The most often reason I hear is my vote doesn't, you know, I'm just one vote. One vote isn't going to change things. Futurama even did an entire episode that joked about that. This whole thing where they were voting whether or not to keep, you know, Nixon's head, and then Nixon actually won by one vote. And then it cuts to the main characters, all of whom forgot to vote. That's the joke. But let me let you in on a little weird thing here. Does anybody here know what delegates are? Oh, don't ask me about the EU. Edge, Enigma. Although Edge also dies due to Jar Jar Binks' antics. Give me a moment, Zoan. Hold on to that one. So, who here knows what delegates are in presidential election context? What's a red or a blue state? You know what? I actually don't think I want to go into this. It's actually kind of a messed up situation. All I'm going to say is that it is my opinion, based on my understanding, which is a little out of date, of how the U.S. government works on a federal level, that the individual votes on the presidential election quite literally do not matter. That being said, There is a variance to that that a lot of people seem to overlook. And that is the fact that your opinion does matter. So delegates, historically speaking, 100% of the time have always voted in the direction their party is pushing. Doesn't matter what they pledge. They can pledge whatever. Pledging is just a political tool. If the game of the presidential election was actually a video game, it would be like casting a spell that can change influence. It doesn't actually do anything of its own. It's there to make a statement. The pledge doesn't dictate how they will actually vote. Okay? But they will always vote in direction of the party. If the party says this person, the delegates will vote for this person. And that's how it has always worked historically, going back to... I can't think of his name, actually. I really can't. I believe it's Nixon. Or no, the gentleman right after Nixon. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Point being, it's been that way for a while. When the delegate and superdelegate system really got going. The point here is that someone who is a part of the Democratic Party, who is vocal about their support of this person or that person, who pushes for this person or that person with regards to their thing, will therefore influence the overall perception of where that is leaning. Was it? It was Ford. Thank you. It was Gerald Ford. I couldn't quite remember him. It's the guy right after Nixon. That's all I can remember. So your actual vote doesn't really change much, or arguably anything, but I admit that that's debatable. But the opinion, the perspective, the overall appearances of things. Was that after Carter? That can't have been after Carter. Because that was... Hang on, let me look that up real quick. Just give me just a moment. I'm just going to look it up. When did superdelegates show up? 1984, when it first actually went into practice. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's because they... Okay, yep, never mind. That makes sense. 1984. As opposed to pledged delegates, which is a whole other thing. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Got to get my facts straight, though. I do want to get my facts straight. Again, regardless of the absence or presence of superdelegates, the entire purpose of this is your overall presentation leads to a specific thing. Now the superdelegate thing, I shouldn't have even mentioned that, actually, because to my knowledge, the Republican Party is actually going to start using superdelegates soon, but at the moment, the Democratic Party is the only one that actually uses superdelegates, and God, it would take me like 20 minutes to actually discuss what superdelegates are and how stupid they are, but moving on. Point being. Now, so your vote on the president doesn't matter, but how you make your voice heard on the president does matter, because that will sway your party. There are two catches to that, both of which do need to be addressed, in my opinion. Hi, gentlemen, by the way. First of all, do note that that is only within your party. So you basically are now shackled to a party if you want to have some influence on the presidential election. That's probably like saying water is wet, but whatever. Then the second part is local elections matter a lot. I can't say this for everywhere, but everywhere I have lived personally, the actual specific individual votes and their tally does actually change who is elected on a local level. Who your sheriff is, who your governor is, who your mayor is, that kind of a thing. Who's your representatives, all that stuff, right? So that vote does matter. I have voted in local elections many times, and will continue to do so, because that vote actually matters. I will not vote in presidential elections because it's completely irrelevant. That's just the theme of today, isn't it, Billbot? Isn't it? How many things have I already brought up in the last 59 minutes that have been, this served a purpose once upon a time, but now it's out of date and should be adjusted? Daylight savings time, we even just opened with that. Anyway, so the EU, the European Union. Now let me go ahead and preface any opinion I have on the European Union with the fact that I don't live in Europe. For other startling news inferences like this, please continue to stay put. Nobody, Cubic. I would not shoot for either. You know, that's actually something else I'll talk about, but let's get back to the EU. So again, I don't have the correct perspective to comment on the EU. I have the outsider's perspective. I do not have the in-person information. I don't have the down-to-level perspective. I don't have the political inference of actually interacting with the EU and, blah, 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 blah. So on both of a personal and a professional level, I can't actually talk about the EU. Sorry. No, that is actually kind of where that's ending. I am smart enough to know that I am not smart enough to know. I don't know what's up with the EU. Now, real quick side note. Cubic asked, if you would, who would you vote for? Can I point out something real quick? This is opinion, and probably the first time that I might actually piss people off, legitimately. I don't think Trump is worse than Hillary as a presidential candidate. Maybe as a human being, but not as a presidential candidate. I'm just going to leave that sentence there. Let people jump on me. Now, if I can use a parallel, if I was to summarize this, see you around, Sean. I would say that Trump is like getting run over by a T-Rex, whereas Hillary is like being bitten by a small insect that slowly kills you of malaria, with no cure. That is my honest opinion. It is my opinion that Hillary is a snake. That she always has been. This is not new. She has been a devious, wicked snake in her politics and her approach to everything for many years. And she has no problem whatsoever being an Anora from Dragon Age Origins. Yep, Malachira got there before I even finished talking. Trump is a blatantly, obviously brusque, horrible, stupid, idiot, lying moron. Hillary is a Nora. I think they are equally bad, and I would not vote for either. Hi, Shadow. You've missed about an hour. One other thing, really quick. Bernie Sanders. My friend, who I will not actually give the name of right now, would vote for Bernie Sanders if given a choice. Now, Bernie has, of course, bowed out of the candidacy. What's actually interesting to that, and what's interesting about that, is the fact that Bernie Sanders still won that. Now, I'm not a huge Bernie Sanders supporter, and I don't agree with everything he says, and I don't agree with everything he does. But I have to at least be impressed by his intelligence, because you know what he did? He went out there and said, these are the issues I care about, and made a big deal about those issues, and debated those issues alongside Hillary, and really got them out there. Do you know why he did that? It was so people would pay attention to them. Remember, the presidential candidacy is a media circus. And it was one of the best ways to get that information out there. To allow people to know about the things that Sanders actually cares about. His particular agenda, his particular push, his ideas, etc. The issues that he felt other people weren't covering. I can't help but notice, feel free to correct me, but from what I've seen, Bernie got a lot of attention on issues that are real issues that should actually be worked on and fixed in the United States right now. Since he has bowed out, because he had no chance whatsoever of winning, and that's the truth, let's be honest about it, I don't recall Hillary or Trump actually really going into any real issues or really bringing up any real issues. I mean, they've been attacked with some, but that's about it. Please feel free to correct me on this if I'm wrong. So, Zawan really wants my opinion on the EU from an outside perspective. Alright. I have a question then, for those of you who are in Europe. Is the EU a proper confederacy? I don't have enough information to know this. If you want the definition of a proper confederacy is a situation in which there is no true federal government. There is simply a unification of different bodies, usually states or union states or whatnot, or countries, whose entire purpose is they unify as one to deal with external threats, or politically or diplomatically. But otherwise, they are effectively in charge of their own situation. Now, I'm seeing a whole lot of no's over there. That is what I assumed, which is unfortunate. It's also not a proper remake, which sucks! Proper remake of the Europe! Make Europe great again! Okay, I had to make that joke at least once. Goomba will make the United States great again by not wasting $7 billion. It is my opinion that the EU would serve us better as a true confederacy. As an organization of different countries who manage their own business, and there's no true federal government in charge of it. However, for purposes of interacting with the United States, or Russia, or the Eastern Bloc, or China, or any other major power, they would be able to represent themselves as the EU, not Germany, not France, not Poland, or whatever. You see my reasoning here? And if there was an actual military threat, the EU as a whole would respond to that military threat, not just Poland. That is the only way I could see something like the EU actually working long term, because, as Crypto got there before I did, this is Europe we're talking about. And I mean absolutely no offense to my European viewers, because actually I have a very large amount of respect for European people, but there are some very deep scars that run very long and people are unwilling to let go of, in my experience, historically speaking. I don't know about modern days, but historically speaking, and that causes all kinds of issues. Excuse me. Hang on, I thought I saw it. There it is, Shadow. Okay, Shadow, quick note. Don't call me that anymore for two reasons. One, I don't want you to. But two, I don't see that. You know, it doesn't highlight it unless you say the lore runner. That's how you highlight my name now. So, and highlighting my name is a great way for me to notice you're talking specifically to me in chat. Pro tip. Now I gotta scroll back up to reread what Shadow said. Yes, Shadow, I do. I bluntly do. I'm not even sure it would be the wrong thing to do, to be completely 100% blunt. Yeah, there you go. See, that highlighted immediately, Shadow. By the way, fun little fact. Not too long ago. Only if you want me to notice it, Lava, immediately, especially when chat's scrolling. Not too long ago, there was I was doing a long drive, and I fired up Eddie Izzard. It was from 94 or 95, something like that. And it was funny because Eddie Izzard was talking about this brand new thing called the European Union. It's weird to think that this has kind of become a thing in my lifetime, and how much it's changed in my lifetime. Legalizing prostitution. It is my opinion that anything of that nature is up to the individual, not up to the right of, say, someone else. So, by that definition, legalizing it would remove the oversight as opposed to add oversight. So yes, to be completely blunt. Let me go ahead and actually point out that I don't like prostitution. In fact, to be completely honest, I think it's disgusting. But when given the choice of legalizing it so that the people involved in doing it, men and women, by the way, can have a much safer, better functionality in terms of their everyday job, or the disgusting criminal element we have now, the former is obviously preferable. Pick your poison. Yeah, there's some very, very heavily criminalized aspects regarding prostitution right now. Apparently, Bella. And I do admit that I find the concept absolutely abhorrent. I'm going to go sleep with a stranger for money. That is such an alien thought to me. But again, it's not really my place to judge. That's not really my job. I'm not God. Or I can't think of his name from DC Comics. The guy who watches everything and judges everything. I'm not that. I just... It's not my point or not my purpose. And if you choose that, if you are someone who of your free will and volition chooses that as opposed to being forced into it for economic purposes, sure. But that, of course, brings up its own niggle. How many people would go into prostitution just because it pays better than a normal job? Either because they're lazy or, and this is much worse, because they can't get a better job. Because the economy's in a slump. Or because the economy's a mess, for the reasons I've already discussed twice already today. What the hell is Black Lives Matter? Like, I mean, I get the concept of the words next to each other, but I'm assuming that's like a slogan or a phrase, which I am not aware of. I mean, that's kind of like saying, water is wet! Just the phrase itself is meaningless to me. Ah, thank you, the presence. That's actually what I was thinking of, Ventures. Why wouldn't lives matter? Why would lives not matter? That is such an illogical thing to me. I'm going to scroll up because I think in the midst of that, everyone's saying, oh no, I've missed a few questions. I agree with that, Deacon, the regulation thing especially. Yeah, alcohol is sort of legal. So that's kind of an issue with that. Opinion on the current refugee politics. Oh, I don't want to get into that. That's such a mess. Let me scroll down to see if people have answered me yet. A social activist group segregating the Afro-American population and giving them better rights than everyone else. That sounds stupid. By the way, you wanted my honesty today, so you're getting it. That sounds stupid. I don't actually have anything else to say about that. And now people are telling me that that's wrong. Guys, I think we might have our first argument on our hands. Let me just take a stab here. I have a brain. Is this a Gamergate situation? For those of you who are not aware of what that means, Gamergate has multiple definitions. And people have actually had rather violent arguments about what Gamergate actually means. And therefore, if one person brings up the concept Gamergate, meaning definition A, and another person brings up Gamergate, meaning definition B, they tend to disagree on that because they're not actually talking about the same thing. And apparently I am fairly close to the nose. Let me make my opinion completely blunt. I don't care what color of skin you have, what culture you're from, what gender you have, anything that you were born with, I'm going to add that, anything that you are, I don't give a damn. I don't. I never have, and I never will. Any questions? I have actually been blasted for that opinion, by the way. I really have. People have actually yelled and screamed at me for that. I don't usually give that opinion out, actually. Hang on. Chat's going a little bit fast. Oh, yes. He's actually right here. I don't have anywhere to put... I do have a place to put him. We're good to go, guys. We're good to go. I feel like I missed some questions amidst this current scandal. My position on the U.S. and foreign matters. You'd be surprised, Roximus. Hey, Roaring. Pretty good so far. U.S. foreign policy. So, would you believe that, at least when I used to pay attention to it, which was a bit ago, actually, not correct, once upon a time, I actually paid a lot of attention to modern politics. I don't as much as I used to. For reasons I've probably already made clear as of now. And back at once upon a time, my opinion on U.S. foreign policy is that the U.S. does not have a foreign policy. It has a few hundred people who argue and scream at each other about what foreign policy should be, and about half of those people have the actual ability to affect literal foreign interactions, and therefore, to the rest of the world, the U.S. probably came off as a little schizophrenic, because multiple people were all telling the army or the troops or the military or the trade routes and all the different ways we interact with the other people and other nations differently. Oftentimes, even the same nation differently. There's my opinion of U.S. foreign policy. Did the Cold War ever stop? Yes. But not because of the people, but because of the landscape. Hey, Dragoon. It's just chest hair, guys. Actually, I don't have chest hair, so... Yeah, you're right, Zaxel. What do I think about private prisons? No comment. So I actually muted it. It's been back here this whole time. No, not really, Selder. Alright, new game. What do we got? What do we got here? Game length. Yeah, we'll make it short. Starting funds. 100% difficulty easy. Sure. Whatever. Default options. We can be all sorts of weird people. I like how they're bobbleheads. How wonderfully apropos. By the way, if the graphics look squished, it's because it doesn't properly squish. No, Dragoon. Would you believe I got a question on Tumblr last night? In the middle of the night, it actually woke me up. Asking me, when the Halloween stream is, because everyone wants to hear my opinion on the election. I'm not sure why that is. Why would anyone want to hear my opinion on something as unpleasant as that? Oh, we're going to be Sarah Palin. I mean, obviously. After losing the 2008 election as vice presidential nominee, the former governor of Alaska has become a political commentator and regular advocate for the Oh, I think that's actually something from real life. Statistics, stamina. So, Stamina determines how many stamina points your candidate has, allowing for more actions per turn. Yes, Sonoshi. In more ways than one. Money. Duh. Fundraising ability. How much you can bring in when doing fundraising. Charisma. Increases the effectiveness of speeches and ads. Appearance. Increases the effectiveness of interview appearance. Credibility. Increases the effectiveness of your negative ads. And decreases the effect of negative ads your opponent makes. Experience. Makes it easier to win endorsements by decreasing their political capital cost. And intelligence, which increases the response available during an interview. Shouldn't everyone on this list's intelligence be 1? So how do I make a custom? Here we go. Okay. Name, Emperor. Last name, Palpatine. Wait. Do you guys want me to be Palpatine or Malik? Was Trump on there? His intelligence is a 5. Hang on. Let's set up an actual poll. Shall we be... There you go. Go vote. Go vote. Go vote. Or as I like to say, vote! Favorite Halloween monster or creature? I assume we're just picking from all of, scary, spooky stuff. I suppose I'd lean towards the Headless Horseman, but that's mostly because of fiction. The movie and World of Warcraft come immediately to mind. After being fired from Burger King, Malik is now running for president. I'm so writing that in if we take Malik. Oh, Spirit! Is Deutsch on? Deutsch, are you there? I refuse to call him Sheev if we pick Palpatine. Wow, 40 votes. I need to do more political videos, apparently. Yes, Deacon. Sadness. Deutsch wants to join, Spirit, and he was hoping for more info, and I said, you're the one who has to decide that. We talked a bit about, how the game works and whatnot. I think people are making too much of a fuss about things. You know what's funny, Shadow, is my opinion on Ghostbusters, whatever. I actually gave my opinion of that on stream. I don't care if they're female or not. The movie doesn't look that good. Now, from what I understand, it having come out, the movie is actually not good. It's also just not bad. It's just, it's a movie. But I don't care about their genders. We've kind of already been over this. I think some people were way, 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 way over the top in going after them. Some of the vitriolic, violent, horrible garbage that was flung at some of the actresses is despicable. But I also don't think that the movie should automatically be defended solely based on the fact that the genders of the actresses happen to be a certain gender. I don't agree with either side, is what I'm trying to say. Gun control. Gun control. Gun control is a no-win scenario. There's my opinion on gun control. Okay, Spirit. I'll point him to it once you get it going. Also, I kind of want to add something new to my turn, but I didn't want to do it without consulting you first, Spirit. Welcome back, Sean. And that was a donation from Myron. Oh, thank you, Myron. Even though my opinion is terrible. Although, again, I am not super up to date. Oh, God, we're 48 votes. That was pretty quick. I think we're just going to go ahead and cut this off. So, 3, 2, 1, bam. All right, so we will be Darth Malik. Yes, Tigzar. Darth Malik. Malik. I have actually already given those thoughts, Shadow. I will not repeat them. We have to pick? Of course we have to pick between Democrat and Republican. I'm going to flip a coin, because I don't give a damn. I need to get a coin. So I'll be right back. Ugh. Ah. Alright. Heads, Democrat. Tails, Republican. Bam. Tails, I think. Yes. God, I hate these new quarters. Which one was Tails? Republican. Okay. Home state. Does it matter? Well, we'll go with California, because that's where I'm from. Nail. Custom figurehead. Oh, dude! I don't know, should we give him the droid outfit? He is kind of a droid person. What are you thinking, guys? Should we give him the spiky things, because he'd think it was cool? Oop, whoop. Damn it. Or should we give him the droid outfit? So, spikes? I'm seeing a lot of people saying spikes. We'll go with spikes. Can I change the head? Oh, I can change the head. Okay, hang on. So let's... hang on. I need, like, a picture of Darth Malik to compare here. Get the colors right. So he's got, like, that I don't know how to wear a cloak thing going on. So it's like a red thing there, and then, like, this is going to be black. Or, no. Oh, okay, I see. This will be black. There we go. We got that black thing going on. Pants will be red, too. Accessory will be red. Let's see, hang on. Actually, it looks like he's got kind of a black belt thing going on, so let's make that just black. There we go. And then... Yes, I am Mafia. A sword! It's not a lightsaber, but it'll have to do. Wait, what's that? No, that doesn't work. We'll go with a sword. Pretty much, Shunland. For some reason, people tend to think extremes are the only answers. You ever notice that? See you around the Razulio. Okay. Now let's see if we can get... Wah! Hey, Tesla. I think we're going to have to go with either the helmet or the robot. Whoops. So no nose, no ears. And we'll make it kind of gray to equate. Hair. Yeah, none. No eyebrows. No hat. Although, do they have any cool hats? Yeah, not really. We can give them the horns. What's my stand on abortion? My stand on abortion is I don't understand why that's a controversial topic. It should be the choice of the parents. The end. Hang on. He's got kind of a pale skin thing going on here. So let's give him like a... Yes, Zoan. Sorry, Spirit. It is my opinion that an abortion is something that should not be artificially dictated. This may sound familiar because this has been my answer to almost every question I've been asked so far. I think it should be judged on a case-to-case basis, but that means that the availability to do so should be allowed. I don't think it should be artificially disallowed. Okay, no eyes. No mouth. We can add glasses. We can... Darth Malak is like, I must be involved in politics. Therefore, I will put on these disguises. No one will know it is me. And he just gets some Ray-Bans or something. That's so perfect. I'm just going to leave it like that. He's got the Ray-Bans. There we go. Perfect! Yes, I did, Tesla. Can you guess? What did Super Paper Mario do better than Thousand Year Door? The dating sim section with the geek. Probably Takoida. I disagree with that, Django, but that's my opinion. Yes, Ice. If it wasn't, then I would, like, change the stream title or whatever. Well, that would be what we call an opinion, Shadow. And so, Lord knows you can have it. Yeah, I'm not voting, Tesla. Would Darth Revan be a good president? Are we at war with someone? Don't answer that question. Okay, so I can adjust a lot of things here, actually. Looks like. Whoa! He's pretty thin, but he's pretty tall. Like, Malak is a giant, really. Although I can't seem to get the head back onto the body. It's... we'll just... Okay, sure, we'll do that. We can't even see his head. Save. Darth Malak. Okay. Done. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, we gotta decide our stats. So this is Malak. So first of all, intelligence, charisma, and credibility are all cranked to minimum. There is no easy answer to that question, Shadow. I also have to admit, if I'm being 100% honest, that I am biased against police people because I have been brutalized by them in my past, more than once. However, I would also say that the way that that cops are, is sometimes acceptable and sometimes not. I hate to repeat myself, but I really don't think that there should be one absolute answer to how the police system is currently functioning. escalation is also a very real problem. So there's that too. Let's see. So given that he's got the Star Forge, he's got tons of money and tons of fundraising. Just a little bit, Shadow. And tons of stamina. Screw it. And he's got the appearance thing. I mean, you know, he's got that voice. How I stand on the issues. Oh my god, I have to actually choose issues? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so we're not gonna even look at that issue. Strong military. Yes, he definitely wants to have a strong military. He's like all in favor of a strong military. Who is most at fault? The royal families of like 20 countries, spirit of memory. Does Darth Malak thinking he has better? He does thinking he's a better than the Gungans. Abortion rights, he doesn't care. Address high gas prices, he doesn't care. Addressing climate changes, he doesn't care. Bathroom bill, what the hell's the bathroom bill? Require people to use bathrooms based on biological birth gender. Okay, whatever. Big government. He is in favor of big government. Whoa. Coal mining. Common Core? What is with all this crap? Confederate flag display. Curbing Russian might. Dakota access pipeline. Deficit reduction. Drone warfare. Oh, he's totally in favor of drone warfare. But he, like... He's not going to assist. He has to take a negative stance on something, so he has some points to support drone warfare. Yes and no, Necro. Video game violence. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, wait. I'm out of points. I'm just plain out of points. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Fine. We'll pull out of the strong... Well, no. He's very in favor of a strong military. That's just not changing. We'll pull out a big government. I slightly favor. Where's the drone thing? Because I mean, it's Malak. He's hugely in favor of drone warfare. And I guess that's it. Alright, Darth Malak. Let's do it. Select opponent. Only one? Well, we can select an opponent, or we can build a new one. What do you think, guys? Well, because Malak actually doesn't support big government. If you think about it, Malak doesn't really have a government. He has a, I'm in charge, and anybody who disagrees with me, I'll kill personally. It's not really a government. I'm saying a lot of people build a new one. Well, if we're making a custom... I mean, we were going to make Palpatine earlier. Okay. Emperor. I mean, this is appropriate, right? If you had to pick between Palpatine and Malak... Party, I guess he has to be the opposite party. Home state. He's also from California. Alright. I wish I could just, like, download some. Is there, like, a site that has some of these? Hang on. Let's see if I can find any custom ones online. I mean, surely someone's got a Palpatine. At the voting booth, there's basically, you either walk up and vote for Malak to a droid, walk up and vote for Palpatine to a clone, or you walk up and there's a cyanide capsule. And it's like a giant bin of them. Yeah, looks like there's not. Damn it! Okay, whatever. I'll just have to make a custom one. Alright, so we gotta... Give me a minute. So we gotta, like, reset? No, whatever. Oh! Dude! It's the robe! It's the freaking robe! My opinion on President Obama is that people made too big of a deal of him. I know, controversial, right? Why is the head so huge? Why is the neck way up there like that? There we go. There we go. What is the ACA, Bella? Oh, it's definitely Otoro, Sergey. Sergey, excuse me. That's kind of the idea, Necro. No, Zeiss. I do not. And not just because of Red Alert. The Affordable Care Act. Is that, Obamacare? Because if it is, I do have an opinion on that, which I will share. If you want me to, of course. You don't have to. Fun fact, Tesla, when I was in high school, people would call me the Russian as an insult. Okay, here's my opinion on Obamacare. Excuse me. Excuse me. What are you asking, Saldir? I haven't seen a question from you. Palpatine doesn't really have, shouldn't really have hair. Thoughts on pornography? I personally find it kind of disgusting for various reasons, but that's not really... Like, okay, have you ever smelled a porn set? Because I have. Ugh. Palpatine doesn't have a... anything. Is it like a hood? Hood would be perfect. Doesn't look like there is, though. Damn it. Oh, well. Hang on, we need to get rid of these glasses. There we go. I like how there's the Egyptian eyes here. Oh, that's perfect. Hang on, hang on. Because I used to live in the LA area, Roximus. There's no story here. I was going on a set one time. They were getting ready. It smelled disgusting. I asked what it was. They explained. The end. I have never performed in pornography, if that's what you're asking. Intentional or otherwise. I kind of... I don't want to answer that one, Mandart, because that's a very, very, very horrible question. As I think I made clear in that episode, both sides did have their own perspectives. And it wasn't actually that hard to understand both perspectives once you thought about it. With pantomiming. I saw the cameraman, too. Big old fat guy who smelled bad. Oh, the refugee thing. That's right. I said I didn't want to talk about that. Alright. I gotta actually pause the game to talk about refugees. Because that takes something. Refugees are another no-win scenario. Because it's easy to look at an individual refugee who is desperate or afraid or trying to make a better life for themselves, and therefore leaving their country of origin for just about any reason, really, in order to head into a new country. That is a logical, easy to understand, easy to empathize with perspective. It is also surprisingly easy to understand and empathize with the individual who has been working hard on insert job A for the last several years, diligently and devotedly, is quite good at what they do, and has been loyal this entire time and is presumptively fired from that job because someone else who is far more desperate for what they have is willing to settle for less, and therefore the company in charge, or whoever is financially in charge of it, is trying to make more money, as per usual. In other words, it is quite easy to stare at both the refugee and the person being affected by the refugee and have direct personal sympathy with both sides of the equation. It is also worthy of note that if you look at refugees on a large scale, the problems from a national level become significant. Ignoring the problems of things like, for example, cultural drift, which has actually happened in more than a few countries before, or problems of basically cultural assimilation, thanks to gravity and numbers, or usages of the fact that those refugees may or may not legally be an aspect or a citizen of that country, and therefore in several ways not treated the same way as the country, both good and bad. So they don't get the benefits, but they also don't have the detriments. They don't contribute in the same way that a citizen would. Nationally speaking, it is my opinion that refugees are a very, very, very complicated topic that should be very, very carefully moderated. I hate to be in favor of oversight in that matter, but I don't really see any other alternative. Because there are many, many problems with regards to whether or not they're eating up additional expenses with regards to, say, medical expenses or services with regards to emergency services like on the road and whatnot, or whether or not they're actually paying their taxes, or whether or not they are capable of paying their taxes, or whether or not they're capable of doing their job. And this is all completely ignoring the language barrier, which is a huge problem when you really think about it. So, yeah, while I understand the concept of refugees in general, and it is easy, as I illustrated initially, to sympathize with both sides of this situation, I don't think there's an answer there. I don't think there's some solution to refugees, to immigration, to the people who don't do so legally. Hell, even the people that do so legally. Yeah, there's also the clashing culture, although I kind of referenced that before, because cultural assimilation has happened before. There are... Let me use an exact example from real life, United States, Southern California. It is now, and has been for many years, required for teachers of certain schools in Southern California to be bilingual. That means that those teachers now have to do more work in order to be able to understand multiple languages, in order to be able to do their job twice, for no additional pay, no additional compensation. Whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, I have no idea. That's not for me to decide or judge, that's up to you. But again, that is the thing that has become a reality because of the mass influx of people who do not speak English in Southern California, which has been an issue for, hell, since before I was born. Actually, it's funny you say that, Necro. I should clarify something. I am almost universally referring to economic refugees. Lord knows war refugees are a thing, but it is my opinion that war refugees are a much easier definable thing. It is much easier to define what a war refugee is. It's much easier to try and take them in and take care of them, within limits, of course, than it is to define an economic refugee, which I would say defines the vast majority of refugees, the problems that we have, at least here in the United States. Shadow, your question is a question of security versus freedom. I I know this is going to sound like a massive cop-out, but there really is no answer to the security versus freedom question. Would you rather shoot someone on the chance that they might actually have, been a horrible person and the chance that you might save people in the future, or would you rather leave them alive on the hope that they are a decent person and leave the risk available that they would be able to exploit that to cause you harm? Freedom versus security. Security versus freedom. That's a question that's been debated for all of human history, actually, and to my knowledge has never been answered. Unfortunately, unlike most questions, that's not a question for an individual to answer. Most questions I'm asked opinion-wise or politically or whatever, I can say that's up to the individual. It's almost the easy way out, really. But there's no individual who can decide what's significant regarding... yeah, sure, Sal, there, go ahead, if you want to. What's significant regarding freedom versus security? Which is better? Which is worse? How do you deal with that? A government has to do that. A government has to make that decision. Let me use a fictional example, because that's a lot easier to talk about. Deep Space Nine. There's actually a wonderful two-parter called Homefront. Great series of episodes, by the way. Some excellent stuff. Now, one of the interesting things about the two-parter, Homefront from Deep Space Nine, is they go out of their way to not resolve the issue. The freedom versus security debate is not resolved in Homefront. I like that. It's a very mature, honest, intelligent response to things. But it does highlight the problem. Changelings might be infiltrating you, and in so infiltrating, they might be causing you harm. Do you crack down completely to try and prevent that harm, knowing you are doing harm to your own people? Or do you try to allow your own people freedom of existence, which opens the door even further for the harm that could be caused in the future? Again, freedom versus security. And yes, Krenzler, by the way, I saw your question up there. Do you believe a country should be able to opt out of supporting refugees? That's an interesting question, because to my knowledge, there are countries that opt out of supporting refugees. That just doesn't stop them from showing up. Again, illegal refugees, border runners, or people, and again, I'm using the wrong term, people who are immigrants or refugees or economic refugees or whatever, border crossing illegally happens even if it's technically allowed for immigration and refugee support. So I don't think the legality matters at this point. So Zawan, I'm going to Google that word, because I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You got to narrow it down for me on that one. Zawan. Thoughts on the Suez Canal crisis? Shadow's just nailing me today. He did this last year, too. Egypt nationalizing the canal and removing the British, French holding and ownership of the channel and Civic 4 following. Was anyone watching when I was playing Civ 6 about a week ago? What is with everyone messaging me today? Yeah, about a week ago, I was playing Civ 6, and I pointed out there was this one... it was literally the only place where naval travel could travel through a given... through the world at all. It was like land from north to south, except for one single individual spot where people could get through. Any given nation that controlled that spot in a realistic perspective would have absolute power and such a significant amount of control over the other nations, and that is a dangerous thing. So one nation having control of something incredibly useful and incredibly powerful with regards to that transit is something that is a very dangerous situation and something that should be treated very seriously. I'm not necessarily saying that the conflict that happened was justifiable, but it absolutely makes sense why they would. It is, to be completely blunt, probably what I would do. I would pursue diplomatic means to Egypt saying, hey, no, guys, Why are you disallowing our entrance and access to this? We don't want you to have absolute control over our ability to access the Indian Ocean. And then they would say no, because that's, to my knowledge, what happened. This is anecdotal information, of course. And then I would declare war. That is a national decision, not a personal one. I feel like I just missed like 20 questions. Let me scroll up a bit. This. I do have an opinion on the cologne thing, as we call it here in the States. And ironically, the cologne thing is security versus freedom all over again. It's one of the most common things that is debated across all of history and every government ever. Yes, I know spirit of memory. I stand by my statement. What did I say that was in contradiction to that? I don't know if I have an opinion that's worthy of giving on this, to be completely honest with you. It's horrible and disgusting. It affects me on an emotional level as well as an intellectual one. How do you explain to an individual that you effectively allowed them to be hurt or violated or killed because you didn't want to reduce the overall quality of life for many other people? Again, part of the freedom versus security debate. Moving on. Scrolling up. Sildeer says, Yugoslavia. I had a car from Yugoslavia. Parts of them stand defined. I'm still with you, Sildeer. I have read your thing. The Emperor will never be ready for his debate, no. The Rules for Rulers video. I have not, Nose Ice. Thoughts on the death penalty? Thoughts on the death penalty? I think the death penalty should be allowed. Simulation theory. Oh my god, I cannot begin to disagree more with simulation theory, if that's what I'm thinking of. Is that the Matrix one? If I had the power to remove one world leader... I don't know, actually. I'd have to think about that. Yeah, simulation theory is the Matrix. So yeah, I laugh at that theory. I cannot even begin to call it realistic as a theory. It's like saying... Here's my real opinion on simulation theory. Jar Jar Binks is a Sith Lord. Now, if you don't understand, a lot of people went through a lot of effort to tie in different clues and inferences based on Jar Jar Binks that provided a surprisingly and indeed startling amount of evidence for the fact that Jar Jar Binks was a Sith Lord. But he wasn't. Same thing with simulation theory. What is Operation Bellhammer? I actually will not answer that question. The death penalty absolutely can be abused. There's no hesitation about that whatsoever. The death penalty can be abused, has been abused many times in history in many different countries, and is being abused right now. But to reiterate my point, what's the alternative? Any judgmental thing we have out there, yeah, exactly, Ethereum. Any I don't want to get any vengeance that is put upon a criminal is going to be something that has a potential to be abused. So we have the ethical perspective that it is more merciful to end their life than to condone them to the worst hell imaginable for the rest of their life. Or we have the basic cold calculus perspective, where from basically every angle it is cheaper for the state and costs less for people and taxpayers and all that fun stuff to not imprison them for the remainder of their lives. That's expensive. And, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that jails are a business. Even if they are run by the county, they are run as if they are an economic entity, at least here in the States, I should clarify that, so that they are doing many different things with a deliberate and specific mind and intent to get more money. So, no. Moving on, scrolling up. No, I do not, Shadow. And I definitely do not think Canada would have deterred or escalated a nuclear strike against the Soviet Union. Because, let's be honest with ourselves, nukes are nukes. I know that sounds weird, but the only time nukes ever come close to really actually doing something is either because of a colossal stupid mistake, like a frickin' bear, or because of fear. Moving on. Yes, I do, Spirit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, you asked if he was denying being a villain. No. I think there was no intention for Jar Jar to ever be villainous in any way, shape, or form. I am still with you, Sildear. I think it would be more accurate to say that Russia is not afraid to go to war. I would also think it's fairly accurate to say that Russia is not inclined towards war, at least with regards to some of its leaders. I can say that actually with some definitiveness, because if they were inclined towards war, they would already be at war. Please don't haggle the word choice here. I don't mean conflict, I don't mean skirmish, I don't mean fighting. I mean war. Do I think humanity could survive an all-out nuclear war? Yes. And not just because I like Fallout. What do I think Lucas intended for Jar Jar? You ever seen Return of the Jedi? Ewoks. Kid appeal. Selling toys. That's what I think he intended for Jar Jar. Do I think nuclear war might be more plausible in the future if they create a fourth generational nuke weapons? No. Do I think it is right that immigrants get preferential people over the native people in a country? No. I actually gave an example about that earlier, about how people here in the United States and Southern California are being forced to adjust and change based on immigrants. I don't think that is correct. I don't think that we should be biased against the immigrants either. I think that is going in the opposite direction. But, again, I don't think it should be one extreme or the other. Should the federal minimum wage be increased? Ooh, that's a surprisingly complicated question. Are cultures equal? No. And you know how I can answer that so definitively? Because of fiction. Hear me out. It is my blunt, absolute opinion, and I have been unviable on this fact, that the Sand People on Tatooine are a culture that cannot be considered equally with other cultures. I believe there are lines, and that those lines should not be crossed. And kidnapping, torturing, and murdering members of the other culture because they are a member of the other culture is, in my opinion, a line. Federal minimum wage increased. Ugh. One of the reasons that's such a complicated question is a similar question. Let me explain by a parallel. I actually talked about this recently. How many of you are aware of the fact that a couple of years ago, there was a big push by several large publishers with regards to video games to increase the average video game price from $60 to $80. Now, that was pushed back against by everyone. No, we don't want to spend more money, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you with me so far? As I've discussed many times, actually, the consequences of that is because of the fact that that extra money needs to exist, because of the quarterly mentality, because of the way that the investment market is being handled. You see how this affects everything? Because of the fact that more money is always needed by those companies, they needed to do something else to make up for it. It's sort of a zero-sum game. So even though we won and our price of games wasn't increased, the price of games was increased. It was just done in other ways. How does this relate to the minimum wage thing? If the federal minimum wage was raised, there would be other ways in which things would balance out in order to make it so that even though, yes, I have absurdity, even though more money is coming in a literal sense, I'm making, I don't know, 20 an hour instead of 10 an hour, totally made up numbers. There would be balances to balance that out. In other words, ways in which that your cost of living would go up, or your taxes would increase, or hell, there's a dozen different ways that could happen. So while on the face of it, increasing the federal minimum wage is a pretty good idea, there's so many ways that could, and I predict would, this is prediction, this is speculation, but I do speculate that would cause an increase in cost of living, and based on previous history, that would probably be worse, not better. So, given that speculation, I would say no. I actually agree with that mind bust. These refugees can... I am still with you, Syldir. I'm not going to quote Assassin's Creed here. Anyone remember when I talked about Assassin's Creed as a horror game? It was actually on Halloween several years ago. And I spent a while discussing why it was so horrifying. And I had to, because people were like, huh? Yeah, the point I'm trying to make actually there is that one of the most horrifying lines in Assassin's Creed for me, and I forget the exact quote, but it's basically, why not just enslave people by giving them pieces of paper and calling it a job? Do I think the minimum wage should exist, or should it be negotiable? See, that's another interesting question. Here's the thing. I think you're right, Shurya. The minimum wage exists for a reason. I don't know how valid that is anymore, though. Unlike some other things like daylight savings time, which I could definitively say is stupid and shouldn't exist anymore, minimum wage might still serve a purpose. What is that purpose, you ask? Minimum wage serves as a way to prevent people from making a pittance for their job. This is why it was introduced. It was actually a fairly large issue here in the States, in particular. I don't know about other countries, where people would make a ridiculously small amount of money because they had no power to do anything about it, basically. It was like, do you want a job at all? Do you want something, or do you want nothing? So people accepted the something. And Reese's, Milias. Hey, Rickard. So the minimum wage prevented that. It said, no, this was calculated, thanks to inflation, to be the mathematical point at which, or I should say it's been recalculated, but whatever, as to be the mathematical point at which, boom, this is how much you should be able to make in order to survive. It was minimum for a reason. It was pretty far down the list, but that was a valid purpose once upon a time. Like I said, though, I don't know if it's valid anymore. I don't have the information to judge that. I don't know if people would start being offered jobs for $3 an hour in the modern era if the minimum wage was removed. I would bet money that people would try to do that, and we might see an increase in unions, which, as I've already said before, I think is at the least in the long term a negative thing. I told you my first union experience, you remember that? And of course, there's other issues regarding that. Because here's an interesting factoid from a financial perspective. Corporations have ways to avoid paying taxes. Individuals have far less. It is still possible, of course, for an individual to avoid paying taxes. But a corporation has built-in things designed to not pay taxes. Now, why is this relevant? If minimum wage is reduced, or removed, I'm sorry, if minimum wage is removed, and corporations are spending less money on salaries, the corporation is making more net profit, which it has ways to then not pay the taxes. So the overall tax income from that corporation and all its employees has now gone down. Make sense? Yeah, companies in general. It's not just corporations. Corporations have this massive armored wall of anti-tax. It's ridiculous. But companies have things they can do too. It's actually been recommended to me by a tax consultant that I went and debated this issue with for a while, that I actually basically make a company, the Lore Runner, for the sole and explicit purpose of legal and tax purposes. For no other reason. It's still just me, one employee. But I am capable of doing that. And I could do that. Thoughts on history and how people view it. You know, I actually remember talking recently when I was playing Civ 6. I believe the question I stated was, no, someone in chat said, I wonder what Cleopatra was actually like. And I mentioned, I wonder what Abraham Lincoln was actually like. And we got into a brief discussion about how these people who have historical significance actually mattered. You know, actually, or not actually mattered, sorry, wrong word. Actually acted, actually behaved, what kind of person they were. And we, of course, have no idea. And that's it's an interesting perspective, because history, there is no way to absolutely know history, and it's one of those things that I always just take with a grain of salt. I do cite history frequently. I loved history. It was one of my favorite subjects in school, and it's one of the things I kept studying even after I left school, and still study to this day, excuse me. But there's always that caveat that I don't actually know what happened 50 years ago or 1,000 years ago or whatever. I don't. No idea. I only have what was written down and what was passed forward and what survived, which may have been edited or lost in translation. I mean, there's, you know. You were kind of rapid firing, Shadow. A quote can be taken out of context. A record can be misunderstood. Reality is not something that we will probably ever know. Unless you are actually there, and even then, you probably don't actually know what was happening 80 years ago, or 100 years ago, or whatever. And that's relatively recent history. You know? Let me give you a direct example of what I mean by history. What happened behind the scenes during Star Trek TNG Season 1? Now, I don't actually want you to answer the question. I'm being slightly rhetorical because of this following point. We don't know. When I've already done some of my advanced research for when I'm going to be switching to TNG for the Ruminations. And there is a lot of misinformation and disagreeing information regarding the behind-the-scenes perspective of Season 1 TNG. A lot of people disagreeing about it. That was in the 80s. That was not that long ago. That was in my lifetime. And we already don't actually know what happened there. And we probably never will. Things like that help to give me a little bit of perspective when it comes about history. Just my opinion. Yeah, I know there's several countries, to my knowledge, the one that don't have a minimum wage. Oh, the Library of Alexandria. Ugh, that hurts. That actually physically hurts. Top 5 presidents and why? All right. FDR, because he was a war president. It is my opinion that FDR. This is not in order, by the way. I'm just tossing out 5 presidents. It is my opinion that FDR was an absolutely abysmally terrible peace president. I think FDR made this country worse during his reign until World War II started. But I do think he was an excellent war president. Just my opinion. Again, just going off of what we've seen of records and whatnot. Next individual, Lincoln. Everything I just said repeated. So, yeah. Yes, we can, Spirit, absolutely. No, Tesla. No, that is almost as close. I know I just said we don't know history, but I would be willing to put 100% on the fact that FDR did not save America from the Depression. Absolutely not. No. America was still in the Depression, was still financially not solvent, and was still not saved until they entered World War II. It was World War II that ended the Depression. For more countries than that's just the United States, actually. Not FDR. He did a lot of things, and they didn't change anything. Moving on. Where was I going? I had 2 presidents. I think those are the only 2 I got. So those are my 2 top presidents. FDR and Lincoln. I can't point to any other. Yeah. You know what? I admit this is solely an aspect of pendulum theory and nothing else, actually. But, it's true, Tesla. Hitler ended the Depression? No. The Nazi Party ended the Depression. Hitler gets way too much credit. Remember that whole face thing we just talked about? I mean, Hitler was a terrible person from all understanding, but yeah, there's worse. Anywho, I know, Kensington. What was I going to say? Oh, God. No, I was... right. So this is purely an example of pendulum theory, but I tend to be more positively inclined towards Nixon. Now, if you don't understand why that's a thing, and I wouldn't blame you, I imagine most people really just nowadays think of Nixon as, the villain in Futurama. But there was a period in time when, thanks to the culture of America at the time and the media of America at the time, that Nixon was considered as bad, if not worse, in actual polls and surveys than Hitler at the time. This is not that long after World War II. It is my opinion, and again, pendulum theory, that people went way overboard in being negatively opinion towards Nixon, completely ignoring everything else he did. Now, granted, Nixon did do some messed up things happened under Nixon's watch. Let's put that correctly. But there's a reason that phrase, only Nixon could go to China, exists. For those of you who don't understand why that phrase exists, if you'll forgive me, Nixon had spent years upon years upon years establishing himself as a anti-communist and pro-West, right? He had backing, he had documents, he had tons and tons of support as a non-communist. Ergo, he was the only one who could go to China, and such that both China and the Americans could know that this peace offering was genuine. Because if it was anyone else, there would be suspicion on both sides. The Americans would be suspicious of the communists affecting their president, And the Chinese would be suspicious that this was just a token effort. That's why that phrase exists. Only Nixon can go to China. Yeah, let's not even get into McCarthyism. So anyways, let me scroll up just a bit. Seems to me that Germany is so... Hang on. Got to scroll back up to Siler. Here we go. No, I absolutely see where you're coming from, Siler, even from an outside perspective, as someone who hasn't gone through that. I think that wasn't actually political power, Shadow. It wasn't even fake power, as I like to call it. It was a pure perception thing. I actually had a big discussion yesterday. I think it was yesterday about during the lore week. Yeah, it was yesterday about the idea of perceived politics. In other words, rather than politics being defined as how many people. Hey, Deutsch, there you are. Now, let's see if Spirit's on. Rather than politics being how many people are willing to listen to you, which is usually how politics is defined with regards to political power, I mean, like, I want to make sure that I am perceived as someone who is blah, smarter, better, more in line with the party line, whatever it is you're after. So in my opinion, Shadow, that was just trying to get brownie points, a.k.a. nothing significant, even when you get to the intangible, which is what political power is by default. Perfect. Deutsch, Spirit, go talk. Do I think we'd remember Nixon without Watergate? Yeah, absolutely. Not as much. Again, the Nixon-China thing is, in my opinion, the much bigger contribution Nixon has had to culture and history, here in the United States at least. Now, granted, there is the Vietnam situation, which is interesting, because Nixon... Well, let's not get into that. What would Germany be like if the Soviet Union took on the Nazis? I don't actually understand that question fully. He's fine, Nymph. Bob Ross. There's a quote that I don't know word by word about how he mentions that he's going to put a little bit of a sunshine here because we all need a little bit of sunshine in our lives from time to time. And he said something along the lines of, I could use some sunshine in my life right now. It was right after the situation with his wife had happened. And I think that summarizes Bob Ross in a nutshell right there. I don't think the Nazi Party would have long-term supported the Molotov offer, Meat Fist. I think it would have been the same general thing that they did with the Soviet Union at the time. Yeah. Nope! Just my opinion, though. I guess I don't know. What would happen if the KDP won instead of the NSD? Oh. I'm not sure. I'm not actually that good at political what-ifs, being completely honest. Ignore the fact that I made an entire setting where World War I never happened. Just ignore that for a moment. I think if... Well, now that's actually an interesting... I don't actually know. Yes, I have, Darkrai. The Emperor's coming here, Junland? See if I can make his eyes a little bigger. He looks so displeased. Oh, that's perfect. We're going to leave that over there. No. We're going back. That is just too perfect. Honestly, I think we're kind of done here. Unless there's like force lightning, I think. Oh, nope, there we go. He's got his staff. We all know Palpatine needs his walking staff, right? Thoughts on gangs? That one needs a little more definition, because that definition has moved over the years. There we go. Yes, at least here in the States, Django. But then again, I think the schooling system in the United States is woefully out of date. Save. Oh my god, the head popping. Absolutely Tigzar, yes, definitely. It's a little old, but yeah. All I can say to that, Shadow, is possibly. You're talking about hypotheticals and theoreticals, and judging the actions of people who are not rational and don't think long-term. If the U.S. never got involved in the First World War, then Germany would have won. I'm sorry, there's no debating that. And Germany would have moved forward and done the same thing they always do when it went back in that particular era. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say they always do. That everyone always did back in the Casus Belli era. And that is, all right, we have beaten you and taken your capital. Now let's debate. You know, now let's sit down at the debate table, and because we won, we get more brownie points at the debate table. Damn it, hang on. I'm falling behind on questions already. I make Palpatine for 3 seconds, and I immediately fall behind on questions. I don't even know what they are, Deutsch, so I suppose no would be the answer to that. What is my opinion on political correction? Alright, this is probably the second thing I've said today that might actually piss people off. I think we are way too severely PC, at least here in the States, in the modern era. That way... Yes, or no, I haven't, Salder. Excuse me, I've heard of it, though. I think that way too much effort and time is being put into being PC to the point where it approaches ridiculousness. Now, I'm all for respect. I am. And I've made that point very clear many times on my show and in real life. And I try very hard to couch my statements in a way that does not antagonize, that does not try to point at you as if you're terrible, or, you know, try to put you in a negative light. And when I screw up on that, I try to apologize for that. But if I have to start dancing around on eggshells just to make sure that I don't accidentally piss off someone who has some agenda, or is way too much of a stickler about something, or takes things way too personally, I don't consider that to be an acceptable response. Would I blame social media for extreme PC culture? No, actually. I think extreme PC culture is just a natural development of our real culture in real life. I'm serious, by the way. Social media hasn't really changed our culture if you really take a step back and look at it, in my opinion. It has simply allowed it to move faster than it normally does. I feel like I missed a question up there. Scroll up. Have I seen... Nope. What do I think would happen if the coup d'etat in Turkey succeeded? Ooh, I don't think I want to give my opinion on that one. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to give my opinion on that one. How do you fix PC culture? You don't! We're all screwed. I'm serious. You don't. Unless the Vulcans come down and start a new revolution. I don't actually watch the media in the United States, Tesla, if that answers your question. Do you believe in information overload? Actually, no, I don't. I understand what you mean. Well, okay, I understand that there's several different definitions of that. For example, I actually go out of my way when I'm taking care of Minizan to not expose her to too much information that changes too quickly. However, I do believe that that is more of a byproduct of This is getting into opinion about the way the brain works. Basically, my point is that I think that if you are rapid fired with lots of different things from lots of different perspectives and lots of different concepts, like baking and then politics and then cars and then school and all that, just without enough time to digest, I think that's bad. However, I don't think there is such a thing as too much information, within reason, of course. And having access to the massive amount of information that exists right now, that is instantly perpetuated, I think is something that allows for a greater perspective on the picture. Thoughts on edgelords? I don't even know what that is. Tesla, we actually already talked about the EU, but to answer in brief, I don't know much about the EU. Other than that, it's not a confederacy. I think the right is on the rise. Which side is the right? I never remember what the left is and what the right is. I never do. Well, yeah, I agree, Billbot. I think that the attention span thing is a very serious problem. There's a reason I sit here and talk to you guys for an hour at a time. I'm serious. There's a reason I try not to go ahead and just be like, hey, Republicans. Okay, would you believe that doesn't answer my question at all? What's the difference between Republicans and Democrats right now? Yeah, just define it. Just define it, Zawan. What do you mean by the right in your question? If I ask several people about which the right wing is, I'm going to get a few hundred different answers. Biggest problem with the two-party system? There's a term for that, and I can't think of it. But basically, over time, homogenization to the point where rather than two different philosophical concepts to look at every situation with in order to try and approach them differently, for example, this and this, instead the two-party system has, in my opinion, slowly devolved over the last few decades into a I don't know how to put it properly. They only into something that discourages thinking outside the box. We'll put it that way. Oh, so Trolls, Star Wars? Scrolling up here. Opinions on the Hillary email situations. I don't know the truth, and therefore cannot give a proper opinion on that. Conservative. Now, this is going to sound horrible, but how do you define conservative, Zawan? Again, if I were to go out there and say, what do you think conservative means politically? I would get about 100 different answers to that question. So I need to know your definitions. I want to know what you are asking. I haven't needed it in a while, Darkrai. That's why. Also, I didn't want to call it the Deutsch box because I was actually afraid too many people wouldn't get the joke, basically. I don't think I've noticed that before, Lorona. I know two people personally who call themselves conservatives. I wanted to say conservationists. Conservatives. Both of them disagree on almost everything with each other politically. I don't know how else to make that point. Thoughts on where Stellaris is going, and if on where Stellaris is going? I don't understand that question. I mean, I love Stellaris in general. I like it. Nationalism. Okay, Zoan, I want a definition, not a word. Give me a definition, not a word, or I can't answer your question. Correct, Deacon. I couldn't give a damn, to be completely blunt. I think that the biggest reason why the email thing has become a big thing... remind me which ones their arc-rounds are. I think the biggest reason for that email thing is a very, very simple concept. It's called mud-flinging. In other words, rather than making any legitimate points or trying to actually discuss issues and encourage you towards my side of things, I'd rather make the other side seem worse. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, clearly that means Hillary is just in the right, right? Well, no, that's ridiculous and stupid, as I made my point on Hillary Clinton very clear earlier. I think she's a damn snake. That doesn't absolve her from anything she's done. I just don't care that much, because it's one of 1,000 things that she's done. We just happen to have noticed that one. Absolutely, Shadow. Probably not on the governmental level, though. The Balkan countries currently? Nothing. See you around, Novaria. Happy Halloween. Yeah, what Roxima said is a nice nutshell there. Fighter, the bomber, the interceptor. That's 6 wings. Could I get 2 or two? So hang on. I need to do a little math really quick. Hang on, guys. I'm being asked a math question, and my math brain just isn't working. Yeah, I was right. Could I get 2 squadrons of each, please, Grensler? I am not, Spirit. This is an image I've never seen before. What? Well, yeah. Chat is really zooming by today. I kind of knew that was coming. What do I think about internet's address books being handed over to private sectors? So, first of all, that's been happening for, like, 30-plus years. I mean, that's been the norm for forever. Second of all, yeah, I don't think it's acceptable. Even in most general perspectives, obviously this can be argued to be a part of the freedom versus security debate again, because some people have used the debate of we need more security in order to ensure that we have, blah, 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 blah. But in my personal experience and in my professional experience, for the most part, what is actually happening is more along the lines of trying to custom tailor adverts, spam, and otherwise deprivatizing people's lives to try and rip money out of their wallets, which I consider to be unacceptable. The right does not want to be in the EU. Okay, so I have a definition. I don't remember the original question. Reducing immigration and not wanting to, and reducing absence of the EU. What was the original question? I'm sorry, it's been so long now. I'm trying to handle 50 questions at once here. I did not know that, Tesla. Someone asked me about the Falklands thing. Falklands War. A mess is really the only thing I could say with any definitiveness on that. Yeah, I tend to agree with lobbyists being a bad thing, too. Targeted advertising. On the one hand, targeting advertising makes perfect sense. You want your adverts to get to people who want the things you want. It is my personal opinion that the lengths with which people are willing to go to get that targeting advertising are unacceptable, and that the very concept of targeting advertising is flawed. How many times have any of you gone to Amazon, or not even Amazon, you just looked something up? Okay. You just looked something up generally. And it's like, I want to look up mandarin oranges. And then you start seeing ads all over the place for mandarin oranges. You can't get away from them, and it's irritating the hell out of you. How many of you have had that happen? So do I think that the right, which is the people who don't want to be in the EU and don't want immigration, is on the rise in Europe because they are the only ones willing to hear people out? Ooh, that's an interesting question now that I look at it in that direction. I would say... Now, in fairness, again, I don't live in Europe. I don't live in the EU. But it has always been my opinion, and this is especially based on things here in the States, that the group that is most willing to be loud and the most willing to hear is the group that tends to get its way. It doesn't matter how large that group is. It doesn't matter how much support they actually have. It doesn't matter if they're a minute fraction of the actual audience or target or group or political audience or whatever. Doesn't matter. What matters is that they are the ones making noise and, crucially, willing to hear other people. Both of those things combined basically are the definition of political power, actually. Being heard and hearing others. So, based on a general absence of information, I would agree that that is probably what's going on in the EU right now. Assuming that is what's going on in the EU right now. Or I should say that's why that's going on there. Let me phrase that more clearly. Do I think under God should be taken out of the Pledge of Allegiance? Let me ask a slightly different question. Why do we still have the Pledge of Allegiance? Why is it still a thing? In an era where pledges don't really mean anything, and allegiance doesn't mean what it used to. Oh, I think Britain should have left the European Union. It's a gamble, but I think it is the correct move long term. For the people. Not for the now, not for the immediate perspective, not for the politicians in charge, and not for the economic concerns, but I do think it is more economically feasible long term as long as they take it very carefully and seriously. My perspective is still primarily an economic one. Yeah, you guys already get where I'm going with this, with the whole why do we still have the pledge thing. My answer to Super Awesome KJ is we shouldn't have the pledge anymore. I mean, not to make fun, and I'm sure KJ will understand this, but I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. How many people do you think have said that and meant it? I mean, I'm sure there are people who have said that and meant it. But it's such an arbitrary thing. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's commie talk. You would not believe how often I am accused for being a red pinko bastard. I've gotten that my whole life, actually. I always find that funny as an economist, as someone who actually really geeks out about money and functionality and all that fun stuff. I mean, think about it. I mean, you can go ahead and insult me and toss whatever you want at me. I don't even care. Does it still say that? I thought they actually got rid of that. Oh, nope, there it is. Right next to the frickin' Illuminati. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, I think, regarding the money, that at this point, a lot of what is on this bill is a matter of tradition and acceptance of that tradition. In other words, it's easier to just keep doing the same thing. I don't think any of this means anything anymore other than the fact that this is $1. Do you care about this flag or these stars or this war symbol or this peace symbol? Do you care about the symbolism inherent in the Latin over here and what the year that is? Do you care about what the Great Seal actually means? Do you care about the fact that this was a 2009 bill signed by this particular Secretary of the Treasury or this Treasurer of the United States? Do you care about this receipt? Do you care about this label? You don't care about any of this. You know what you care about on this? It's $1. And I think they just keep doing this because we've already got the machines in place to do it, and everyone just accepts that that's $1. You can say, boom, yeah, it's $1. I'm not saying that should keep being that way. I'm just saying I think that's why that's on there. Thoughts on the First World Order? Do I think there's an Illuminati type of organization? No. And I can say why. You ready for this? This is going to blow your mind. How many of you in your life have You're going to have to define that one for me, Zoan. How many of you in your life have encountered a government body or office, or even an individual that has screwed up and made a mistake? I'll give you an example from my own life. This is a really easy one. At one point in time, the DMV was updating their mainframe. Pretty simple stuff, right? But they didn't do it properly. So a few, I think like 50,000, it was a large number of people, pretty much everyone in the entire region, their files, their records weren't updated properly. That meant that rather than having their insurance and their information updated as it should be with the automated messages that are sent and all that fun stuff, they weren't sent out. And a large number of people, and yes, I was one of these, suddenly found themselves driving with expired tags and didn't really realize it, because usually the thing that was supposed to be sent as far as the sign that you need new tags is usually the hey Luxia, the letter you get. Now again, that's my fault. But I go in and I find out the whole story. And, they even comped me, and I didn't have to pay anything for it because it was their fault. But they made a mistake. It is my experience, speaking as someone who has some family in the military and some family in the medical industry, several of whom worked at the VA, that's the Veterans Association, for those who are not aware. In other words, government-run hospitals and whatnot. That the government here in the States, overall, as an overall concept, is completely incompetent. And the entire purpose of about, I'd say half of government agencies is to fix and restore things that were broken by the other half, or indeed by themselves. Oversight and all that kind of a thing, right? It's, the bureaucracy is expanding to to compensate for the expanding bureaucracy, okay? You with me? So, I am expected to believe that there is a organization, a group of people, which is by definition a government, is somehow capable of masterfully and perfectly running the entire world simultaneously and influencing things on a massive scale, or the alternative, that this is just one giant chaotic mess involving billions of people who disagree with each other constantly. For me, the latter seems a little bit more likely. Oh, you're right, of course, Billbot. By the way, I'm actually the head of the Illuminati, and I don't mind telling you that because, you're not going to believe me. I do admit I like that kind of storytelling, though, when done properly in fiction. It's one of the things that originally drew me to Deus Ex, actually. Okay, I don't have any questions active right now. It's time to play the game a bit. Oh, hang on. Sorry, Zawan has a question. Hang on. Okay, so what is my opinion on capitalism and welfare? Those sound like contradictory statements. Capitalism by its very definition is basically the money dictates the rules, when boiled down to its most basic, simplest principle. Welfare is about someone else taking over the care of others, whether it be medical or housing or whatever. So, those points are at odds. That's my opinion. Those points are at odds. See you around, Mandarton. Happy Halloween. Okay, so, first of all, Palpatine does agree with a strong military. Whoops. I'm sorry, I'm doing this wrong. He doesn't agree with drone warfare because he's very clone happy. So he's pro cloning. End human trafficking. We're not going to look at that Fixing infrastructure. Now, in fairness, that is something he did a lot of, so we'll go there. Funding NASA. I think Palpatine would be fairly pro-NASA. Law enforcement. What else have we got here? Nationalism. There we go. Full nationalism. There we go. We're ready. Oh, wait, hang on. So, intelligence, cranked. Appearance, minimum. Charisma, cranked. And he should probably have some fundraising ability. I'm thinking, because it's Palpatine. We'll do that there to give us 2 points to put into there. What do you think? Is this Palpatine? Thoughts on NASA? I'm not sure I have thoughts on NASA. I think that we should probably spend more of our time focusing on the troubles we have here on this planet before we start thinking about other planets. But at the same time, I also think that shifting, that given the reality of settling on other planets would be very, 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 very long-term of a project. We're talking centuries here. You're welcome, Roxanne. We're talking centuries of time. I think it's something that we should at least be getting on the ball with now. I guess that's all my thoughts on NASA. Hang on, I gotta scroll up. Social democracy is a political, social, and economic ideology that supports economic and social interventions to promote social justice with the framework of a capitalist economy and a policy regime involving collective bargaining arrangements, a commitment to representative democracy, measures for income redistribution, regulation of the economy and the general interest, and welfare state provisions. Wait, what? So that just sounds like capitalism with oversight, then, if I'm reading that correctly. In other words, let the system run itself, but we'll move in when needed. How has capitalism influenced basic human social interaction? You know, it's funny you ask that, Deutsch, because by its base definition, although some people would argue this, human beings have been capitalists for a really long time. The dichotomy between those who are haves and those who are haves not is something that is a basic function of human nature. I've actually famously given the quote, I shouldn't say famously, that's arrogant. I have given the quote that if we were all sitting around in a cave naked with a bunch of rocks, and that's all we had to our name was a bunch of rocks, some people would say, well, my rock is better, or my rock is bigger, or my rock is shinier. And we would argue and get elitist over that, instead of who has money or who has not have money, or who is running things based on having and having not. So I suppose I would say that all of reality, as far as we define it, has been affected and influenced by capitalism. That being said, where is it? I have something I want to share with that regard. If you don't mind, just give me a moment. This won't take me long. Any of you who play World of Warcraft might find this funnier than not. Canadians. You know, I only know like 3 or 4 Canadians. So I'm going to link a comic in chat. And it emphasizes basically everything I just said. It just does it in a jocular manner. Now, for those of you who don't feel like clicking it, the idea is that every single class and spec in World of Warcraft has been perfectly balanced, so they all do the exact same DPS in all situations. So finally, there's no more arguing about who's better than others with regards to classes. The guy immediately responds, well, wait, I'm confused. Why are Death Knights on the top? No, ignore the rankings, look at the number. Every class is identical. Yeah, that's fine, but why are Death Knights on the top? Oh, you don't get it. The list is alphabetical, so Death Knights have to be on top. Therefore, we must all be better than Death Knights. We must all switch to Death Knights, because Death Knights are the best, because they're on top. It makes me sad how realistic that is. Moving on. Yeah, I think I missed a question. Let me scroll up. Did I miss a question? I don't think I did. Meh. Okay. Are we done? We're done. No. Well, that way they'd be at the top, Lurker. That way Warriors would be best. Palpatine versus Malik. Win the states, win the election. Up for grabs, leaning your way. Certain victory. Ah. Travel to states and make them red. We're gonna bite the country red. Oh god, Horde and Alliance. Select your candidate, right-click to move there, and then take action in that state. Which state should we go after first, guys, before we get there? What is happening at Area 51? Nothing. Or rather, nothing of significance. Yeah, I heard, Zeiss. I plan to kill Deutsch immediately. Match your stance on issues to win like-minded voters. This is just nakedly cynical, isn't it? Raise your awareness. No awareness equals no votes. I'm not sure, Tesla. I'm not sure. I mean, I was born here in the States, but I'm only one generation off in one direction and 2 generations off in the other direction. Lord knows I've always kind of been in a sort of non-literal but romanticized way, been positively inclined towards Russia and Germany as a result of that. So I don't know. And the Romagna, of course. Romagna is awesome. So I'm seeing several people. I saw a few people say Texas, though, so I think we're going to do Texas. Which is where Palpatine is. To Texas. Wait, shoot. There we go. To Texas! Okay, what do we do? How do we do things? How do we do things? Oh, here we go. So we can create ads. I have not, unfortunately, Tesla, but I would love to. So it looks like... what color are we? We red? We're red. So we are currently winning... what is American exceptionalism, Bella? We're winning Idaho. Oh god, I can't think of the name of this state right here. I really can't. Whatever. Let's do this. So we can give a speech. What do we should create ads, give a speech, do fundraising, or build a headquarters. We've already got a headquarters in California, of course. In real life, Gabe, I am an Imperial. That's Montana? So that's Nebraska. That's South Carolina. That's North Carolina. I still haven't seen American exceptionalism defined. Okay, so... I don't know if I can do Malik with a Texan accent. I don't know if I can do a Texan accent, period. Let's give a speech. We got some awareness. We don't actually have that much awareness. Let's actually create an ad first. Ads are expensive, but boost your issues ratings over time. Take a stand on issues. Smear your opponents. I'm against whatever that guy's in favor of. Or no, I'm sorry, that's not a smear campaign. Smear campaign would be, he's against whatever you're in favor of. What? I don't know all the states. I don't. I freely admit this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep. There we go. It's a religion Jesse Cox created in Civ 6. Well, okay. That just sounds like nationalism, then. Do you know how many countries out there have people who think their country is the best because it's their country? What's so significant about that here in the States? Do I think the ideas of independent California and Texas are real concerns? Not anytime soon, no. There would be significant issues for both states if they did that. Significant issues. Economic issues. Well, Deutsch, I don't know any real-life examples of that, but I have seen Lethal Weapon 2. And based on Lethal Weapon 2, I do think that diplomatic immunity being extended too far is a bad thing. Just my opinion on that. So what should we do? TV or what's ground game? I am Darth Malak. Oh, okay. I'm guessing, yeah, this is a lot more expensive. That is a lot more expensive. How much money do I have? Let's bill $450,000, guys. Oh, this is actually kind of hurting. So this is Texas, so I'm pretty sure they're in favor of gun rights. So we can say Emperor Palpatine opposes gun rights, or we can say Darth Malak supports gun rights. Okay, so Worf versus Rex versus Rex. Oh, Rex would win, hands down. The Mass Effect Rex. He would crush Rex and Worf like a bug. Rex would probably take number 2, though. That's true. Even the sky is blue, except at sunset, just before things go into their darkest. If you vote red, you are voting for the eternal abyss of night. You're not allowed to eat Kinder Surprise eggs? I didn't know that. Favorite Clone Wars episode? Ooh, that's a tough one. There's an episode where Ahsoka and another Padawan basically get caught, and Anakin has to deal with his desire to rescue them. Now that makes it's part of like a 3-parter, which is fairly war-centric. But the reason I like that episode is it's probably one of the most subtle ways they've ever demonstrated Anakin Skywalker as a character. Okay, so Deutsch, the funny thing is you might as well just say Lethal Weapon 2, except in real life. If you are claiming diplomatic immunity to that extent, then that diplomatic immunity should be revoked. Now I know what you're thinking. Yes, those are the ones Dark right. I know what you're thinking. See, there's a catch with this. Let's say I'm Bob Stan. And there's Bobonia right over there. Now, Bobonia has diplomats that they have granted diplomatic immunity. And they come over to my country of Bobstand, and they start doing horrible stuff, like eating all the pies, or knocking over the candy stands. See you around, Django. And that's horrible. Now, I can revoke their diplomatic right and prosecute them, or imprison them, or basically say, stop it, and prevent them from doing that. And that is something I have the power to do as Bobstand. But Bobonia over there can then say, if you're doing that, you are doing that against the nation of Bobonia. They are allowed that diplomatic immunity. That's when you basically have to go to the table and say, okay, if you're going to keep doing this, this is not acceptable. We need to hammer this out. And either try to diplomatically get these people's diplomatic immunity removed, ironically, or capitulate and let these diplomats be horrible people to all that poor candy and pie, or we need to go to war. We need to have military action to say, this is unacceptable. A nation should never be afraid to defend its own people if it has the power to do so. Now that last part is very important. And I hope that answers your question, Deutsch. Will I make a rumination of the Star Wars Clone Wars series? It's not actually on the list right now. I've got about 5 years of television shows to go through right now, Duncan, so I haven't really been thinking about it all that much. Anyways, so yes, create the ad. Wait, what's that? I have no charisma, but I do have a good appearance. We have created an ad. I agree, Junland. Clone Wars did more to flesh out Anakin as a character than most other things did. That would be the diplomatic side of thing, Meat Fist, that I already emphasized. Basically saying, nope! 5 years is an estimate, by the way. Please don't take that literally. Lord knows I was off on the Voyager thing. Ow. Because I thought Voyager was ending in January, and apparently it's not. Maybe I'm just completely wrong about history, Tesla, but by my understanding, Europe has been separating itself from itself for centuries. I don't think it's anything new. No. I don't understand that, Deutsch, but if you don't want to pursue it, that's your choice. What? I just got an offer from Domino's. See you around, Jetland. Yes, I'm not responding to the dozens of work-related stuff I've gotten, but I'm immediately looking at the offer from Domino's. I got one from C's Candy, too, but that doesn't matter. That's actually a pretty good price. I might grab some pizza tonight. Alright, so we've got the advert. Do we refill all stamina every turn? Why don't we go after... I don't know. Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Supports gay marriage. We can push for that. Let's give a speech. Talk is cheap, but takes lots of stamina. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so let's support gay marriage. I'm in favor. I, Darth Malik. Wait, I'm doing the wrong voice. I am Darth Malik, and I have full support of gay marriage. This will actually lower my Republican appeal. Aren't I the Republican side? Yeah, whatever. Give the speech. That's going to cost the rest of our stamina. Wow. There's actually a pretty big list of what's required to become a president, to be capable of being elected president. Believe it or not, Darch. I used to know it by heart for reasons I'm not going to go into. I think we're out of things to do, so end of the turn. Okay, so he's... Okay. Well... California is leading against us, despite my speech! Apparently Malik's speech just doesn't work out that great. Okay. Would you believe when I was younger, I was stupid enough to think I should become a politician? I can explain that sentence if you want. Okay. So, let's address climate change. Lord knows that is actually an issue in California right now. I like how Malik's head isn't even, like, on the screen there. Let's go ahead and go all in. Another TV thing. I am in favor of climate change. Let's do it. I think it's a cool quote, Dakota, and it probably would fit Malik's lines. If you don't understand why that's so stupid, the point is that I had the mistaken ability, I had the mistaken belief that I could actually do something if I actually got into the government. If I had actually been able to effect some kind of change to help people. And I was idealistic and foolish enough to think that that was actually possible. I don't anymore. Yeah, I'm going to need to do a fundraiser soon. The Dream Seers? Oh, these things. Yes. Yes. From Kingdom Hearts. Yes. Let's talk about games, because games are awesome. Isn't that what that is? Yeah, I already have an election headquarters in California. I mean, I could also talk about the unfairness of reality in the sense that those who have are those who either got lucky or had to begin with, and those who have are those who have more, whereas those who are have-nots remain those who have-nots, and the interactions between the two are minuscule and usually only involve, again, luck. Which, if I was to summarize that massive, complicated sentence, I would say life is hopeless and things will never get better. But it took me a while to come to that realization. Is it upgradable? I can destroy it. That would be a very Malik thing to do. This headquarters of election has displeased me! Send in the droids! No, I do not, Bella. I am too much of a realist. So I've got the ad there, and I've got the ad there. Well, campaign headquarters consult. Oh, I guess I can build other buildings. Yeah, okay. So what's this do? Top 15 and awareness stabilized. Yeah, sure. We got the money for that. We can do it again. Campaign headquarters. Yeah, that's the big one we want. Fully armed. I just got an achievement called Fully Armed and Operational. Shouldn't Palpatine have gotten that one? What is my opinion on gambling? I don't understand why gambling is illegal, even though gambling is done on a regular basis across the entire country. I really don't. It makes no sense to me. Because, I mean, hell, I am not a gambler personally, and I do think gambling problems is a very serious, very real problem. I actually had an ex-friend, who is no longer a friend anymore, who was... Well, let's just say he had a gambling problem, and let's just leave it at that. His didn't even get that severe. So I do think some degree of oversight should be is something that should happen on behalf of gambling. But by the same token, is it McDonald's fault that people eat too much of their food? Is it gamblers' fault? Is it the casino's fault that people gamble too much? The answer in both questions is actually, my opinion of course, yes and no. In other words, yes, it is their fault because both McDonald's and casinos go out of their way to make it very desirable. They try to make their food enjoyable. They try to make marketing campaigns. They do want you to come eat their food, just like casinos want you to come lose your money. But at the same time, again, you have to look at it from the other perspective as well, which is that person still has ultimately that choice to not go get a Big Mac. I had to think about it. I don't go to McDonald's, or not to go gambling. So, that being said, I do think it absolutely should be legalized. I really don't get the point of gambling being illegal. It's not even illegal in every state. So again, I think it's kind of a gray situation, but I definitely don't think that some kind of law is the solution to the problem. What do I think about Twitch implementing ads that allow for you to get Twitch currency in the form of bits? Do I think it's a bad idea or it's brilliant? No, actually that makes perfect sense to me. It's actually a form of ad revenue that several other people have used in phone apps, for example, where if you can get resources for a game by watching an ad or whatever. And I'm a little surprised other people don't try to do that more commonly. Why is it expensive in America? Actually, I can tell you why fresh foods and vegetables are expensive in America. Because if I went to Kroger right now to buy a tomato, that tomato, despite the fact that there are tomato plants that and tomato fields that grow about 300 miles away, maybe 200 miles away, pretty nearby, despite that fact, those tomatoes... Okay, one of two things has happened. Let's be 100% here. Either those tomatoes came from that field that's right there, went across the country to a distribution facility, and then came back, artificially inflating the price and allowing people to charge more for them, or they came from across the country and were sent over here, allowing people to charge more for them. Actually, probably the worst example of that is oranges. If you are actually in Florida, this is not a joke, there are certain places in Florida where if you want to buy an orange, and you will get an orange from Florida, it went a long ways to get to you. Why is cocaine illegal? I'm not touching that one. So the one asked something. There it is. I just thought in general, didn't even know. Yeah, sorry, Zoan. Gambling is illegal in most states in the U.S. Like I said, I'm not a gambler. I don't like gambling in general. I do like some RNG. I think RNG adds flavor to a game. But I do not find enjoyment in going and sitting in front of a machine and doing this. No judgment for people who do. Most of my family actually are gamblers. My mother, just recently, just a little over a week ago, won $720 on a slot. And Mum is actually smart enough of an individual to actually keep track of her net gambling. So that puts her at about $50 up overall. And that's about how she gambles, because she finds it to be a form of entertainment. She does not gamble to win money. She gambles because she finds it enjoyable. I think that's a very rational and very well-reasoned idea, and a very logical way to look at it, and not just because she's my mom. So I have no judgment against people who enjoy gambling. And of course, there's also things like, poker. I actually love playing poker, and I love playing poker for chips. I don't like playing poker for money, and that leads me to my final thought on gambling. It is my personal opinion that when money gets involved, things get weird. And this is not universally true, but most of the time when money gets involved in something that otherwise is normal and fine, things can get pretty bad. I have actually personally been present at an instance, and I've heard of other instances where a friendly poker game amongst friends involved real money and it led to an actual fight. An actual, I have to hold someone back from fighting someone else fight. So, yeah. It is an unfortunate reality. Although I stand firm by my earlier statement, I do not think dropping down some gigantic law on things is a bad thing. Gabewave, define capitalism. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I want your exact definition so I can answer your specific question. Full opinion of pachinko machines. Hang on. Rick Berman, would you help me to demonstrate? Why, yes. Why am I here? Well, because you're the only person I can think of right off the top of my head that I despise as much as Konami and pachinko machines. Ugh! Where was I? Malik is like, you don't understand. Okay, so Lurker was telling me something up here. Oh, here we go. So there's my awareness. God. Have I ever visited countries outside the U.S.? Barely. But in every way that matters, Tesla, no. The more valuable it is to win. It says, don't even bother trying with California. Okay. Let's try and get Arizona. Arizona will vote for Darth Malik! What is my opinion on the South Korean... I don't know what you're referring to specifically. Oh, am I broke? I'm out of stamina, aren't I? Damn, okay. Well, hang on. What about this guy? What can he do? I'm going to laugh if I could just claim California. as a Republican, because that's historically not what happens. A battleground state. Purple states indicates a close awareness. Yes! We're battling it out for California. If I was to run a video game company but had to go under a publisher, which publisher would I choose? Bethesda. I don't even have to think about that for a millisecond. Bethesda Publishing is probably one of the better publishers out there. I know a lot of people are going to hate that. There it is. RNG Legendaries and Legion. I haven't gotten one yet. I do agree with the mentality behind it. I think a little bit more tweaking could be done to the formulas involved in the RNG, but I do agree with the mentality. Vote for Malik and die afterwards. Okay, the idea that the market can run itself better than regulations being shoved down its throat. So, what do I think about capitalism, aka complete hands off the reins, market running itself thing? Even the idealist in me, who still exists somewhere in there, believes that if you take the reins off of a group of people, that even if not immediately, over time things will degenerate and get worse. So I do not think that a complete hands-off policy is the correct thing to do. I don't. I don't think that you should allow corporations to allow them to do whatever they wish to. And a lot of my reasons for thinking that is the fact that I've been interacting with corporations for the last 20 plus years. I have talked constantly about ways in which corporate greed has ruined things on my show. I think that capitalism is a good thing in moderation. I do. I think that the government, any government, even when I was running, should not be able to just absolutely dictate everything. That is not the government's job, in my blunt opinion. However, I also think that there should be some oversight to prevent things from going too far. I like to call it the helping mentality. In other words, I'm not here to baby you and treat you like you can't do anything and force you to do exactly what I want you to, but I'm also not going to just sit back and watch a 2-year-old run into traffic. I'm going to help when it is needed and not help when it is not. What do I think of voting third party as a protest vote? I think it has about as much of effect as voting for one of the two parties, Bella. I kind of talked about that earlier. Okay, so hang on. I need money and value. So I want Texas and Arizona. Right now, Palpatine's trying to take Arizona, so let's see what we can do about that. Let's make an ad here, too. We got the money. Decentralized or centralized government? Neither. And both. Okay. So they want securing the borders? Reducing wealth gap? Yeah, sure, we'll do reducing wealth gap. We haven't touched on that issue yet. Where is it? Video game violence! I don't actually understand that sentence, JDP. I mean, I couldn't give a good goddamn about that stupid monkey. But I don't understand your sentence. Where is reducing the gap? I must be blind right now. And I think I'm in favor of that. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Let's do another expensive ad. We're going to go all out here. Yeah, that is my legitimate opinion, Gabewave. The helping mentality. That is what I call that. I usually don't comment on that because, let's be honest with ourselves, I don't usually comment on my actual opinions on my show with regards to real life. Played any STO recently? Nope. I haven't done much of anything that isn't show-related recently. Honestly, I probably should go and... Wait, what? Do that. Oh, that sucks, Roximus. I'm sorry. Alright. Gun rights. I favor... Sure.
I'm in favor of everyone having guns. And no bullets.
What do you mean, Meatfist? I'm sorry, Spirit. Looks like I have enough time for, like, one more action. I have 1 stamina left. Can I even do anything with 1 stamina? I can fly, so let's get back to California. We will claim California for Darth Malik. But that's not... I mean, I don't think Malik would be able to do that, actually, Lurker, if you think about it. I think all the theories are bullcrap, Tesla. Just my opinion. See, I can't because
I have to do this to get the voice properly.
Hang on, let me give a speech, okay?
I, Darth Malik, firmly believe in the rights of all people to follow me and bow before my excellence.
I'm sorry, Black Salamander. Let's give another speech. What do I support here? Securing the borders. Sure, why not? Whatever. I bet if I was to play this game with whatever my actual opinions are, which I'm not telling you, of course, because I'm not going over all these little issues, and most of them would be, I don't know enough to make an opinion on that. I would lose by a landslide. Where is... Oh, they're securing the borders. I am in favor of this. Tesla, you ready for me to give another... This is what, my 3rd unpopular opinion, guys? You ready for this? Unpopular opinion time. I have nothing wrong with holidays in the modern sense, as they are presented, regardless of where they came from. One of the things that actually kind of irritates me personally is the fact that there are certain people who will show up and say, well, you know, technically the holiday that you're enjoying right now is and they only do it for the sole and explicit purpose of either, well, I shouldn't say that. They only do it because either they want to feel better about themselves and feel superior about it, or they do it to bring down the other person, to reduce their enjoyment of the holiday. And that irritates me. I actually prefer holidays to be embraced as they are, at least by the individual. Now, the economic side of things is a whole other issue, but in other words, I see nothing wrong with Halloween as it is now. You know what Halloween as it is right now? Halloween is when you dress up in costumes and you go out and there's some decorations and you get candy. You know what Christmas is right now? You spend way too much money on a bunch of things for people, and you get to interact with your family and have fun with it. You know what Thanksgiving is right now? Giving thanks for the fact that you have what you have and enjoying it. You get my point. In other words, I don't actually have an issue with that. Okay, do I need to give another speech? I mean, I already got the ad. Favorite chocolate bar? Ooh. Peanut butter Snickers. So hang on. Oh, so I have higher awareness here. Okay. But I probably should get it up to 100%. What do I think about people hunting lions? What do I think about hunting lions? my opinion on Waluigi is wah. Um, of course, I'm only speaking of American holidays because they're the only ones I know. What do I think about people hunting lions? I don't know if I have an opinion on people hunting lions. Hunting in general doesn't bother me. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I'm not a big animal rights activist kind of person. I think people are more important than animals. So if it came between the life of an animal or the life of a person, a life of my personal pet or the life of a complete stranger, I'd pick the human 10 times out of 10. However, I also think that there's no need to be cruel or unkind or otherwise going out of way to add negative without doing any kind of positive. So eating animals doesn't bother me at all. Going out and torturing animals for no reason, that bothers me. I don't know where hunting lions sits on that list. Okay, so the opponent opposes Emperor Palpatine, raises their Democrat appeal and their independent appeal, but lowers their Republican appeal. But I don't want to do that. How about securing the borders? Where's that one? Oh, that is securing the borders. Gay marriage. Yeah, we'll do that. Emperor
Palpatine opposes supporting gay marriage.
There we go. I think that is, ironically, yet another thing, Zawan, that is a byproduct of the quarterly market return concept, which is a byproduct of the way the investment market is run right now. In other words, that animals are being treated as items rather than animals. And therefore, it is more important to produce animals cheaply than to take care of them. Sense, Mike? Now, if you're going out and taking care of fire ants, then let those guys burn. Yeah, I know, right, Roxamus? Have I ever visited an Orthodox church? I'm not sure. I've actually been to a lot of churches in my life. Wait, what is Azure talking about? Faked cancer. Wow, that actually makes me want to vomit. Malik is Malik. What do you want? I guess we can only... What about you? Why don't you go over there? There we go. Damn right, California's red. We will paint the continent red. I had a question there. What do I think about people who corral and trap lions just to kill? Are they being cruel to lions in so doing? Are they enjoying the sport? Are they actually engaging in what I would call hunting, as opposed to, shooting fish in a barrel? I say that because I am forced to admit that there is a genuine degree of enjoyment for the hunt. I actually talked about this when we were going through World of Warcraft, actually. Hemmet Nessingwary, while he does kill a lot of animals, does so in a fairly fair manner, and he does so because he enjoys the thrill and enjoyment of the hunt. He doesn't go after, any given particular endangered species. He doesn't try to kill. He doesn't try to torture, anything like that. And he doesn't waste his kills. He brings them back, and they are used to either make resources to produce money, or they're made for trophies as something that can be killed. So in other words, in my opinion, there's nothing really wrong with what Hemmet Nessingwary does. Of course, he is a fictional character. What am I doing? Lol, I'll show you. Roximus, I remember you having like 20 things you were going to bring up, and I can't help but notice that you haven't. So Palpatine is the light side? Actually, that makes sense, now that I think about it. Yeah. Actually, let's cancel that. Roximus, I said you had a bunch of questions that you were going to ask me that you never did, really. Let's spend a little more money. What are we in favor of here? Reducing unemployment, reducing the wealth gap. What is lowering my Republic appeal? Apparently that would change my position on the issue? Okay, whatever. Oh, never mind, I get it. I agree with that, Necro. That's why I deliberately used Hemmet Nessingwary as an example. He doesn't hunt things into extinction. Idiots hunting in his name hunt things into extinction, but not him himself. Well, then in that case, Deutsch, I think my opinion is fairly clear. I totally misread that for a second. Darth Malak supports ISIS. I completely misread that. Alright, now we need to make some money. I try, Bella. Lord, I try. Okay. National approval. So I'm guessing the more fundraisers I hold, the less money I'll have. So let's raise some funds. 500 grand. That's another TV ad. Not too bad. Why don't you... Can't do anything. What? Don't I have enough? There we go. Okay. Palpatine takes an early lead for the presidency. Quick to succumb to the heat of battle, polls show that Darth Malak has slipped behind Emperor Palpatine in this first leg of the presidential race. Don't rule him out so quickly, one expert noted. With the Malak campaign just getting started, it's much too early to predict a winner. This optimism was ignored at the Palpatine camp, where staff members are thrilled with the early results. I think he should just throw in the towel, one of Palpatine's volunteers jokes. I mean, once you have a lead like ours, it can be hard to catch up. So, Palpatine has a new HQ. Well, advertising, election update. Emperor Palpatine has won the endorsement of the Environmentalist Club. The Environmentalist Club is an organization dedicated to protecting the environment. They have given him bonuses. Excuse me. No, Sildear, because my life is worthless. So you're on, Meatfist. Let's see. Let's get another ad going here. Excellent. Well, yeah, sure you. To war! Oh, so campaign headquarters make money. I thought they cost money. I need to get a headquarters going in Texas. Holy hell. Okay, so let's make an ad. Television ad, of course. Colonialism. It makes sense in a weird way, Zawan. Provided the place you're colonizing is empty. As in, let's use space as an example, okay? We have leapt out into the stars, and there's tons and tons of empty planets out there, rich for the taking. So, colonialism, by that definition, is basically claiming a spot with a token force or a token, installation to take of its resources to that's a word now, increase the wealth and prosperity of the core nation, right? That actually makes a fairly large amount of sense, really, and is something that is supported within reason. As with everything I say, it's basically something that I would agree with in moderation. Now, going to someplace and taking someone else's stuff, that's a lot more complicated, and I could say in virtually every in virtually every circumstance, I would say that basically flat out taking from someone else in order to do expansion, that's not colonialism. That is actually the literal definition of imperialism, which is not what when I say imperial, that's not what I mean, to make that clear. That is, you are ours now, and we are taking whatever was yours. And again, that's not really something that I agree with in general. In the interest of total honesty, I have actually discussed on this show before that there are ways in which it is possible and indeed likely that that could be something that is acceptable, but only under very, very specific circumstances. Now, if you're negotiating for the land, that brings up a question. If you are negotiating a good faith, if you are having a genuine negotiation, if you're treating them with a degree of respect, if you're giving them something of equal value, not of equal value to you, equal value to them for the land you are taking, again, I have no actual problem with that. I really don't. As long as it is something that is done above board, basically. If, by contrast, a colonial power tried to move in and negotiate with certain, shall we say, turncoats within a native power, and then, there was some issues as a result of that, and possibly the inclusion of a civil war and or military incursion in order to enforce the agreement. I mean, we've got the paper right here. No. That's pulling it technically on a national level. Now, Super Awesome KJ asked something. Have I seen the movie What We Do in the Shadows? No, I have not. It sounds like a quote I actually mentioned many, many times, especially with regards to a game called Final Fantasy Tactics, great game, about we are who we are when we are alone in the dark, is how I tend to quote that. I actually have no idea where that quote comes from, or if I just came up with it myself. But regardless, yeah. Do I have a flag? If you don't have a flag, how can you have a country? The last three non-fiction books I read, interestingly enough, Spirit then asks, "What do I still read books regularly?" The answer is no. I actually have not read in quite some time. The last non-fiction books I read would probably have been networking manuals back at my previous job. I couldn't even tell you what they were off the top of my head, though. Sorry. Now that's a very, very complicated question, Zawan. My answer to you, quite literally, is there is no automatically good or bad answer to that, Zawan. In other words, there's no situation in which you can always say, taking in and taking side in a native war is always right, or always wrong. Oh, that's true. I read the Warcraft Chronicles book, but I was asked what's the most recent non-fiction book I read. So, yeah, that's fiction. Or is it? That has to be case by case, so on. Let me go ahead and make this clear that I don't agree with the Prime Directive. I think I've made that extremely clear with regards to how I've been talking on the Voyager stuff. But that's because I don't agree with rules. I don't. I never have my whole life. I don't agree with one unified law being laid down to all situations. That is actually illogical in my brain and in my opinion. That being said, moving in and going into a foreign situation, doesn't matter if it's native at that point, moving into a foreign situation and taking a side in a civil war is a very, very complicated situation. Historically speaking, most people who have actually done that have done so for proxy reasons, political points with regards to supporting a side that supports what they care about in order to push another, at-level opponent, basically. And that's a mess. there's a bird outside or something. Anyways, what do I think about China having dead brides? What? China exhumes dead women and their family, marries the dead bride to a man who's never been with a woman. Well, I hope that man will continue to not be with a woman. At least not that woman. I mean, holy hell. Generally, yes, Spirit. Even the statement I just said. In other words, I have an old saying. It all depends on the circumstances. I actually came up with that saying in 6th grade. I remember it. And I like that saying because it applies to itself. Even the saying, it all depends on the circumstances, depends on the circumstances. Because sometimes there are, in my opinion, absolutes. They're pretty damn rare. Am I a big guy? I am extremely fat. I am fat, ugly, stupid, and worthless. Yes, JDP. Thoughts on undead being an inherently malicious thing? Honestly, I think that's just an aspect of the setting to Koida. And something that they kind of make as a point of the color-coded for your convenience concept. In other words, you always know that this is evil because it happens to be undead, and therefore you can always oppose it. And it is part of the underpinning framework of the setting. I'm also bald by choice, though, as a sign of shame. What about the British way of doing things? That is a form of cultural assimilation which, in my opinion, is pretty ethically unacceptable. Whether it's acceptable nationally or otherwise, that's a slightly different question. Because, for example, let's build a hypothetical here. I'm not saying this applies to any real-life situation. Let's say there's an island there. It contains resource A. Resource A is very valuable for your country. Either you need it, or it is something that you would very much benefit the people of your nation. One of those two. It's either a big want or a need. Take your pick. So, yes, Black Salamander. No, he's a perfectly normal human dad. So this island, you're like, okay, let's try to negotiate for their land. They say no. And no matter how many times you're diplomatic, no matter how many ways you try to negotiate in good faith, they pretty much just flat off say no. You're like, okay. Well, you don't want to go into a military conquest of these people, so under those exact circumstances, a cultural assimilation method is a very peaceful method of conquest, which is something that could then change the minds of the next generation of leaders, kind of a long-term program, so that they would be more inclined towards a diplomatic solution to this problem. But I sincerely doubt that's how it was done in real life. Well, that brings up a question, Deutsch. I actually brought this up on my Babylon 5 videos a few months ago. If you could kill homeless people in order to feed their organs, not literally, but I mean so that their organs could be used to go into, functioning members of society, people who are contributing to their society, would you consider that to be a good thing to do, Deutsch? I actually brought up this exact point on a Babylon 5 video. Predictions for the Warlord campaign. We're all going to get crushed by the New Republic once they decide to get over here. What do you think of the U.S. military budget? Do you think climate change will be a thing that will be fixed, or are we doomed? I don't like discussing climate change, but not for the reasons you'd probably think. It's because it's astonishingly hard to get real factual information on it. Okay, now I know everyone in chat is going to take umbrage with that, and everyone in chat's going to argue with me, and everyone in chat's going to tell me I'm stupid. But there are several scientists out there who are all studying climate change and giving contradictory answers. So, the harsh reality is, I don't actually 100% know what to think about climate change because I don't 100% know exactly what is happening with climate change, and that does matter. That being said, I do absolutely think we should be taking measures to prevent climate change from becoming an issue or more of an issue, depending on what is the truth. I absolutely think that, without hesitation or question. I do similarly think that going too far and going completely against, say, things like quality of living for people in order to support the environment is something that I don't agree with. However, no matter how you look at this situation, I do personally believe that even if, I shouldn't say even if, depending on how bad the climate change situation is, and again, I don't know. I don't. I think we will adapt regardless. It is in our nature. No, it would be pretty easy, Black Salamander. Black Salamander actually brings up an interesting point of the ethics. I brought this up on the Babylon 5 video as well. So let's go back to that for a moment. Let's say we go and harvest, insert group A for organs for healthy people. Prisoners, homeless, criminals, unwanted, refugees, doesn't matter. We start harvesting this group of the people for the betterment of the whole. Whether that is ethically acceptable or not, there is a second question after that, which is, how easy is it to picture that situation getting worse? In other words, the Dragon Age Origin situation with the golems and the dwarves. Originally, people volunteered to become golems. They said, I will sign up to help my people. Then, some people were sentenced to it. Criminals. Then political enemies were sentenced to it. Then people who were considered unacceptable by the current thoughts of the, whatever the culture or whatever was considered acceptable. How easy is, yeah, exactly. It has slippery slope written all over it. So, even if you ignore the ethics, no, Shale was the only female volunteer, Dragoon. Even if we ignore the ethics of something like that, there's a much worse problem immediately behind it. Uh-oh, it's time to ban Bella. Yeah, the casteless. The non-people. I should make an ad. What am I doing? Where am I? Securing the borders. Yes, yes. I am in favor. Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware of how you become a golem, you're kind of put into this thing, and then lyrium, specially treated lyrium, is poured into your eyes and mouth. It's a pretty horrible way to die. Well, that's an excellent question, Necro. And that brings up something that I have said 1,000 times, that even knowing it's not that feasible to do in all circumstances, things should be judged on a case-by-case basis. I can't look at every homeless person and say they all deserve a chance. I can't look at every homeless person and say they are all a stain on society. I have to look at a person, one person, and look at that person and say, okay, who is that person? So, the idea that homeless people could be brought into society, taken care of, given help, don't baby them, don't leave them alone completely, help them to get on their own feet to support themselves is something I am automatically in favor of. But it would not apply to everyone. What am I doing? What's that? I have an interview? How do I do an interview? Do I have to be there for the interview? I probably have to be there for the interview. I don't know how to do this. So I've got the advert going. I can stop the ads. I think I should stop the ads. This is why I would never get elected anywhere, Tesla. I wouldn't become a treasurer of a county. Even though, to be blunt, I am more than qualified for that specific job. Siranzawan. Because I would walk up and be honest and be laughed to scorn, ripped apart, torn to shreds, or, on the absolute minimal possible chance, the 1% chance I actually get elected, I would then be torn to shreds by the system and probably slide into a severe depression because I would be incapable of affecting any kind of help to people. And so I would have two options. Become as horrible as everyone else, or leave. And I know at this point in my life which one of those I would choose. It's a good point. What is my charisma? How do I see? Is this me? No. What's done? What? How do I see my charisma? How do I see my stats? Oh, here we go. My charisma is not on the list. I think that means it's 0. Now, if Operation Bellhammer happened, people, you know what's funny? Tesla probably said that as a joke, but I would bet you 100% that there would be some politicians who would actually come after me for playing video games. I mean, that's a fairly provable fact. I did a video on GTA 5. That alone. Okay, so I'm avoiding interviews. Got it. Okay. What I really want is I really want California, actually, but let's go to Texas. Alright, so let's, speeches is like not helpful, is it? Yeah, I need charisma bonus to that. And appearance, and I don't have much charisma or appearance, so I probably shouldn't be doing any appearance. Well, I actually have a 6 appearance, so it's not terrible. I've already got the ad. Let's build an HQ here. I want an HQ in Texas. Wait, what? Oh, I need all of these things, don't I? Oh my goodness. I need to build more stuff! I need to waste more money! You know, I actually once was asked... I'm sorry, forgive me for segueing real quick. Should Russia be approached to join the NATO? Approached? Options? Yes. If I ever went into politics, I would need to erase my past. If Wayun offered to make me president of Earth, I assume you mean actually in charge of Earth, as in the dictator in charge. Is that the question you're asking, Infernal? What was I about to talk about? Hey, Paladin! I was about to talk about something. Oh god, it's gone. It's gone. I was going to talk about something. State of politics. Affecting change. I can't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me. Okay, in that case... I would have to, Infernal. I would have no choice. I know that sounds weird, but I do not want the job of running this world. I don't want the job of running this country. That is a thankless task of nightmarish horror. That is being the person who stands up on the podium and has people throw tomatoes at him, metaphorically, of course, as well as literally, for basically the sole purpose of being the person who is getting the job done. The people you are helping, the people you're trying to take care of, the people you're trying to benefit, will hate you for the rest of your life, and I do not want that job. But if nothing else, I owe it to the people I care about and the people I love. The fact that I could do things in order to try and make their lives better and make the world in which they live better, it would be my responsibility. Right, Shadow. So, back when I actually studied government and politics and history quite a lot, I took a lot of classes on that. I was actually, we were doing this debate, and it was great. I actually got really high marks in my U.S. government class. I probably shouldn't have. So I've told the story before about, what's the best form of government, and I actually gave a report saying neither, or none, I should say, no government is the best government. And people were, like, it's cheating. But I gave such an eloquent response and speech that I still got an A+ on that one. Same class. So one of the questions we were asked during one of our sessions was, why would someone want to become president of the United States? And people were like, to make your mark on history, and for the prestige, and to really change, the United States for the better, and to interact with foreign powers. And these were the answers people were giving. And looking back now, I think they were doing what I talked about earlier, giving the answer they think they wanted, that the other person wanted to hear. I answered honestly, because it's me and I'm an idiot. And none are superior to the others is what I meant, Spirit. And so my honest reaction was, you're set for life. And the teacher says, do you mind explaining that? I was like, well, yeah, that's easy. See, once you become president, everyone points to the fact, we actually had just had a thing on the economics of upper management, or the upper echelons of the United States government, and discussing how much money senators make, for example. By the way, do you know senators can vote for their own freaking raises? Anyways, there is some double-edged sword to that, but really? Anyways, so, the president actually didn't, this is outdated information now, didn't make a lot of money. And while they got certain benefits from being in the White House, that kitchen, for example, that was it. Once they were out of the White House, that was it. They were out on their ass, right? Well, no, because the president gets a stipend from having been president for the rest of their freaking life. That person doesn't have to work ever again. They might. They may choose to keep doing other things, but they don't have to. Because they're set. And so, yeah. I basically was like, yeah, no, they do it because they are set for life. You don't know about the kitchen, Shadow? Okay, so for those of you who don't know about the White House kitchen, the White House kitchen is evil. Because I want it. No, the White House kitchen is like, imagine if you could have a very high quality chef, or chefs, right there, ready to go, at a moment's notice, whenever. You wake up 2 a.m, you could say, I want my chef. And the chef will get up, or one of them will get up, and go make you whatever you ask for. And they keep that kitchen stocked. Well stocked, with good stuff. I actually had a long discussion between my sister and I about how awesome it would be. This was back when I had delusions of becoming president. And she was encouraging me in her own way by saying that she wanted to live in the White House, even though she's my sister, because she would then get access to the kitchen. And she would want to go down there and learn how to make, learn alongside the chefs and work with them and blah, blah, blah. And it was... It probably, in all sincerity, sounds like the best benefit of being president. Never mind the money, the stipend you get for the rest of your life, which I think is like $280,000 a year. This is years ago, like a decade ago, so I don't know if that's true anymore. And all of that, ignore all that. Ignore the Secret Service support for the rest of your life. No, just the kitchen. No, that's horrible, Spirit. Because of 2 reasons. Number one, the First Lady's job is to be the smiling alongside the President. And that's not what she would want to do, and that's not what I would want her to do. No, she would be my PR person. We've actually discussed this already. If I ever conquer the world, she will be my PR person, because I will be busy trying to actually make this place work for as many people as I possibly can. She will be responsible for making it so that as few people as possible hate me. So anyways, I haven't been ignoring you, Grave Ripper. I've actually been reading as you go. And you make some very strong points, in all honesty. But I did consider feudal and city-state, as well as Confederacy and a few other dozen things when I was doing that report as well. I stand by my reasoning that I had back then. It is my opinion that no specific government is inherently superior to any other government. That was my opinion. That was my stand. I stand on that stance to this day. Depends on the individuals. Well, I'm pretty sure that both of them are sleeping with a dozen other people, Roximus, so... Oh, that sucks, Permius. Who just messaged me? Oh, that was an email. Okay. Should probably mute that. It'll be a few hours before they do trick-or-treating here. Okay, so I've been invited to appear on The Late Show. I'm playing a game, guys. The show of most... yeah, no, I'm very stupid. Are you raising awareness? Yes. But they're already very aware of... No, they're not aware of me. Raise that awareness! What? Okay, what do we got here? I gotta hire an operative. How many points do I have? I have 5 points, so I can get a fixer, a consultant, a speechwriter, a fashion consultant, an advertisement guru, a spin doctor, a smear merchant, an intimidator, or a PR consultant. Eliminates targeted operative. Disappears upon use. It's a frickin' assassin. Consultant. Increase awareness every week. No, I have not. Orcs are best. Although, and I keep meaning to play the demo, and I haven't had time yet. Speechwriter ensures that the proper message is getting around with... Oh, okay, so that increases charisma, and speeches become much more effective. We might want to do that. Spin Doctor increases your issue ratings in a particular state. Advertisement Guru decreases advertising maintenance cost in a target state by a lot. Fashion Consultant, appearance up, ads become more effective. Yes, JDP. Actually, I'm a Time Lord, but don't tell anyone. And part of the Illuminati. Smear Merchant decreases opponent issue rating in a target state. Intimidator lowers opponent's awareness weekly in a state. PR Consultant, media bias plus 10 points, and interviews become more effective. What do you think, Lurker? Ha! What do you know, Lurker? I was accurate, although I didn't... Oh, wow, hang on, it's 2012, so I guess they haven't changed it that much. Oh, yes, I'm also the Lich King and Kefka and Jaya, but that's unrelated. By the way, as an aside, I was asked earlier if I believe the Illuminati exists, and I don't. But you know what would be a lot more realistic in my mind? As far as a conspiracy? Just one conspiracy, not a whole network of conspiracies. It would make much more sense to me if, in a given presidential election, the desire was to get a certain person in charge, for whatever reason, and therefore the opponent was put up to be someone who was completely vote-forable. Someone who would automatically lose the election. Speechwriter. You sure? I mean, I'll take your word on it. I have a speechwriter now. Thoughts on the future of cybercrime. You know, people actually make so much of an issue about cybercrime, and it's for obvious reasons. It's because nobody notices the other quadrillion times that cybercrimes are stopped. You know what I mean? As it was presented there, Black Samurai, yeah, but they did kind of have to alter history to make it work. So, my point is, counter cybercrime, counter cyber actions has been on the rise just as much as cyber crimes have been. Okay, so I have a speechwriter, which is a shame, because it would have been nice to give a speech or whatever, but, you know, whatever. Okay. What I need to do... Wait, what? But I only have one building here. I need the other buildings. Can I only have one building per state? Is that how that works? Oh, shoot. Well, we do have 2 ads going in California right now. Simpson reference. I don't think the Illuminati, as presented in Deus Ex, would work right now, no. Personally. Just my opinion. They got Colorado? Oh, that actually makes sense. Palpatine got Colorado, guys. It would make sense, Lakshya. More sense than other things we've seen in real life. I guess I could give a speech? I'm trying to debate what to do here. Let's go to Nevada. What's up, guys? Okay, so yeah, it looks like I can only have one building per state. So campaign headquarters makes money, and we have that in California. Consulting office, that generates people to hire consultants. Outreach increases clout. What does clout do? I know what the other thing is. What's clout? Yeah, clout. What is clout? But what is clout? I mean, I'm going to make the consulting office anyways. I know what that is, and I think that's a good idea. But I would like to know what clout is. Good question, Necro. I don't know is the truthful answer. Hey, Tom. And you have no questions. No! You can ask questions about, like, other stuff, I guess? I don't know. Let's head to Texas. We got to take the Texas state and Arizona. I want to get every state that my viewers live in. So I know Deutsch is there, and I know Azure is there. I'm not getting my own state. Screw that. Yeah, I got the money for that. Let's make it happen. Well, Paladin, I know you probably haven't seen the rest of my last few hours of talking. I agree, let's get candidates vote. But I will say that I tend to not agree with extremism in general. I tend to prefer a moderate approach. I don't think that all of this should be true, or never this should be true. So the idea that all private schools and charter schools should be illegal, and there should be forced vaccinations for everyone, is something that I kind of raise my eyebrow at. Nevertheless, I will say that it is my opinion that education is something that the United States simultaneously does well and terrible. I think public schools prior to college level need more funding. You know that $7 billion we mentioned earlier? I know that's actually not a lot on a national level, but that 7 billion could go to a lot better use if it was distributed amongst public schools, my opinion. Let me make this absolutely fundamentally clear, because this is opinion. I am firmly on the side that public schools should have more funding. Now, I know that sounds weird. Why toss money at the problem? But the answer is actually very simple. There are... One of the biggest reasons for teachers in public schools being crap, no offense, is the fact that they aren't really incentivized to be good teachers. Their pay is garbage, and they get to deal with people who generally hate them on a regular basis. It's not a fun job from everything I've understood. Generally, the only real reason that you tend to go into teaching is either because you just kind of fell into it, or because you have a real interest in teaching. And that kind of leads into that whole being chewed up and spit out argument I mentioned earlier with regards to politics. So actually incentivizing the teachers to be good teachers is something I think should be done. Making sure they are actually keeping up to date with regards to information that they're teaching, and trying to make sure that kids have access to do things that aren't just sitting in a poorly lit, poorly conditioned room reading a bad old book is something that is a thing I agree with. Now, let me say one other thing. I am not necessarily against privatized college. However, it is my opinion that the privatization of college as it is currently implemented in the United States is a big negative. I think it's artificially inflated in terms of price by a huge amount. I think way too much money is being flung at modern private colleges, my opinion. So either that price should be forced down, and there would be a lot of steps involved in that, let's make that clear, because it's not just lowering the price of an admission. There's a lot of things that would need to be adjusted in order to make colleges more affordable. I mean, the fact that it is considered normal here in the States, I don't know about other countries, but here in the States, it is considered normal. The normal path of life is you finish high school, you get some student loans, you go to college, and you're in debt for 30 years after you get a job to help pay those off. That's normal. My friend Gary, my best friend Gary, who is older than I am, still has his college loan debts. And actually, now that I think about it, every other friend I have, yes, aside from myself, at my age group, also still has their student loan debt. So, I think that's ridiculous. Just my opinion. I would say that's a natural byproduct of the way things have been shifting in China over the last several years, Deutsch. The idea that they would probably gobble up movies is logical. It's the same reason we gobbled up movies 80 years ago. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't understand how expensive college is, let's not go into really expensive colleges. Let's look how much my college, the one I went to, costs. Give me a moment. Here it is, found it. Quick and easy. Right now, this is actually pretty cheap because this is in Kansas. Right now, it costs, on average, this does not include you having a place to live, $14,180 a year to go to college. Now, that does not include any special classes or any labs or anything else that involves extra expense. That's just for the right to go to college at all. Basic classes, in other words. 14 grand, and that's a normal college. 14 grand a year. It goes back to that earlier comment. It's a lot of money. At least I think it is. What am I doing? I guess I'm ending my turn. No, I do not, Spirit. At all. Economically speaking, of course. What Grave Ripper said is something that I've often found amusing. As an economical perspective, as an economist, there's an old saying, I'm pretty sure I learned it from somewhere, but I don't know who I'm quoting specifically. There is no such thing as free. Anybody who really understands budget and economy understands that any concept of free, economically speaking, is a lie. The only thing that matters is who is paying, not if someone is paying. However, once again, I have to return to something I have talked about many, many times. I feel that government money, at least here in the States, is completely mismanaged, and a lot of money is being blown on things it shouldn't be. We actually had this discussion recently with regards to marketing corporations. It's actually the exact same problem. The fact that there's a lot that, oh God, we need this extra money. No, you don't. You need to stop burning money by tossing it into pits for no reason. I am actually very pleased with how today's stream has turned out, guys. And I say this with honesty, and you know it's honesty because it's Halloween, that I'm actually proud of you guys. We had one moment of tension. I'm still going to upload this to YouTube at the moment. But other than that, things have actually worked out quite well. I'm proud of you. Now, to go and get my opinion out there, it is my opinion, let's go ahead and take a step back here. It is my opinion that this country right here needs to spend... Oh, I used to actually have estimations on this. A couple decades, probably. I mean, it's going to be a long haul. But over the next several years, this country needs to really look at where its money's going. The very first step will be figuring out where its money going. Now, that may sound weird, because you've played Civilization 6, or an equivalent. And in that game, you have a chart that shows exactly where all your payments are. There is no such chart in real life. You would have to spend time, and effort, and work, and a lot of checking and rechecking to actually figure out where all of the money is actually going. That's the first step. What are we spending where? Second step. Figuring out where we are overspending. And I guarantee you that this country is overspending. I would put 100% certainty on that fact. And again, that will take a long time to do. Is that Boogie2988 Lateralus? Anyways, my point is, once that has all been done, we now have a country that will actually be able to, A, dig itself out of debt, because we have cut a huge amount of fat, and B, we will be able to start putting money into other things, like education, just to name one example. Both, actually, Star Wars. Is there a country that's not overspending? I would not know. Yeah, Spirit, that's kind of my point. I actually mentioned exactly what you said earlier, especially the artificially expensive stuff. I tend to call it the diamond fallacy. Diamonds are not actually worth the amount they are charged for, basically.
And Valeria.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And Valeria. Excuse me. What am I doing? I don't have a strategy here, actually. I think most of the examples of that are probably just people being trolls. Shadow. You know what? I really don't want to bring this up. But I mean, hey. Why not? If I'm ever going to do it, today's the day. Somewhat recently, this is a few years ago, a friend of mine, a friend of mine's kid, actually, came back from school and was asking for my help on some homework. And he was looking at it, and one of the questions was, why was the American Civil War fought? It was a multiple-choice question, and there were 4 or so, a number of obviously wrong answers, and then one answer which was to stop slavery. That is pretty much, in my opinion, the biggest problem with public education right now. And it has to do with summarization primarily. But the fact that, yeah, there was a... I mean, I don't even know what else to say about that, really. If it's not obvious, I'm actually very, very anti-slavery. And I have been for my entire life. But the idea of the American Civil War being fought over slavery and nothing else is ridiculous. It's bullet point syndrome all over again, regardless of right or wrong. And see, that's the thing. It's 2 levels of screwed up, because that's like trying to say, to use another example, that FDR ended the Great Depression. Again, in 2 layers, that is wrong. The information is misleading, and it's a bullet point. It doesn't actually go into nuance and detail. Do you know why I sit here and talk for 20 minutes about an episode? Do you know why I sit here and talk for an hour and a half about a video game? It's because I don't agree with the idea of summarizing when I have something to actually discuss. It's because I want to go into the details. It's because I don't want to give you... I don't want to look at this shade, this exact shade of gray, and say, well, that's black. No, it's not. It's this exact shade of gray, and I want to explain this exact shade of gray and all its nuance and all its details to the greatest extent I can. I want the furthest amount of information to be conveyed. I don't want to put up a bullet point and say, it's good. That's not my style. Ignore the fact that I'm about to start doing my review series next week. Anyways, Tesla asked, why am I so against slavery? Because I am pro-people, is how I would define that. I am an imperial. I believe in the idea that people are people and should be treated with respect regardless of differences, should not be homogenized, should not be marginalized, and should not be treated as if they are property. To quote a good movie, people ain't cargo, mate. So again, in my perspective, I cannot in any possible functional way agree with slavery. Now, as we've actually discussed on this show, there are other things that lean towards slavery that are a little more gray. Indentured servitude, for example, or as a way to pay off a debt or whatever. But that is, as I've made this point very clear on my show, that is not slavery. Slavery is people are cargo, and that is unacceptable. It's an easy perspective to understand, too, if you think about it. All you need to do is put yourself in that position. Do you think you, the individual that you know best, should be perceived to be cargo, property? Think about it. One of my history teachers once made the quote, American Civil War was fought over money. I actually laughed in class. He was okay, though. What, Jax? Took me a moment to notice that. Well, we've kind of got Texas and Arizona. No, I don't think I did know that record. Yeah, I'm ready for turns. I've already turned in my turn. I've actually been to school in several states, Spirit. I moved a lot. Honestly, I just really want to get California. I really want California. Which nation state has the best political system in your opinion? That's funny you asked that. I just gave that story earlier, so I'll give you the summarized version, because I love summarizing. None of them. I don't think any government is inherently superior to the others. Yeah, I know, Tesla. I haven't even registered. It's very easy to find that out. If I had to choose between enslaving 100 people or ordering the execution, I would order the execution 10 times out of 10. That is unacceptable. Not in our lifetime, Shadow. Eventually, maybe. I mean, would you ever imagine that America and Britain would get along well? Or Britain and France? Rewinding time a few hundred years. Okay, fair enough, Dakota. Meh, I guess we'll go for New Mexico. I don't actually know what to do here. We need to be really careful now, though. Why don't we... I suppose that would be their right to disagree, Sildir, but if I was literally in a no-win scenario, I can't pick a third option, I can't cheat the system, I have to kill 100 people or enslave 100 people, I would kill them. I am one of those people who believes that there are things that are worse than death. I know there are so those that disagree with that. I even get the disagreements with that. But that is my opinion on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll give a speech here. Trump latte. I would rather have a T-Rex than a snake bite. I talked about that earlier. Also, welcome back, Django. Views on death penalty. I actually talked about that earlier. I think people make too much of a fuss about it. I don't think it's actually that big of a topic. Oh, right, laterals. Again, in summary, I don't think that really needs to be as big of a deal as it is. That's really just what that boils down to. What is that? Is that a fully upgraded? Nope. I should actually go upgrade that. That's what I should do. Not enough money? Oh, not enough money. No. Suffering the loss of a missing person is worse than grieving over death of a loved one. Yes, in several ways. Well, see, the thing is, Sildir, let me go and disagree with my argument. In my opinion, there are fates worse than death. Many, many fates worse than death. And that is my opinion. I'm going to add that asterisk one more time. And I think that if it was a choice, if you handed me the choice of a dozen or so fates I can think of right off the top of my hand, which is worse than death or death, I would, without hesitation, instantaneously pick death. I would want you to kill me. Even if it was a horrible death, I'm going to die inside of probably about 5 minutes unless you really get creative with it and really spend way too much time and money on it. So I'll take 5 minutes of horrific suffering over, however many years or months or whatever of worse than death. But that's my choice. The best counter-argument I've ever been able to see for that is something that happens a lot in fiction. In other words, in fiction, one of the things that tends to be lauded, at least here in Western fiction, is the idea that you endure the worse than death because you can someday come back from it. At some point in time, you will no longer be in the worse than death state, and then you can start recovering. Sense make? Now, I don't agree with that for myself, but I can see that argument, and I don't really have any particularly strong counter-argument that I could place there. Let's not fundraise yet. Yeah, true, Necro. It's... In my opinion, I have endured worse than death, yes. And I wish I hadn't. I guess that sounds like an obvious statement, but what I mean by that is, if you asked me right now if I could go back in time and die, rather than go through several of the things I've been through, then I would choose to die. And I would not hesitate in that choice. Get that going. I really don't want to do that yet. Why don't you go there? Let's see what Emperor Palpatine's doing. He's going to Alaska. That's a good question, Tesla. The kidney incident is absolutely one of those I would choose to die. I have failed for years to explain the kind of pain I was in every day. Every single day when I was having the kidney incident. For months and months and months. In fact, I actually tracked it at one point in time. It was February to November. Excuse me, February to October. The end of January to about the end of October, I was in a horrific amount of pain daily. I had to take Vicodin to be able to sleep. I'm not saying this to try and get sympathy. I'm not trying to say, oh, poor me, or anything like that. That's not my intent. I am just stating this because this is Halloween and I'm being honest today and not holding back. I would have rather died than go through that year. How's our money? I don't know, Shadow. You should be. Zeiss had that problem earlier, too. Why don't I have enough money? I think I have to do fundraising. It's time to blow more money on stupid crap. Oh, wow. That's not a lot of money. I was really hoping for more than that. I don't know, Tesla. I've actually been asked by a few people before, how did you endure it? I don't have a good answer for you. I couldn't do that now. That pain broke me. In many ways. My sister... One of the reasons my sister was so comforting, so supportive, in addition to the fact that she's my sister and she's a good person and she loves me, was the fact that she was trying to prevent me from slipping further and further into a very, very severely negative state of mind. Because the pain was so constant and so horrible. Well, I don't know what else to add to that. It should be fairly self-apparent, actually. Hang on, let me see if I can remod Shadow. Bzz. There you go, Shadow. Don't abuse it. I had my reasons, Tesla. Nothing personal. I'm not going to share that. But I should say I had a reason. I had one reason. It was the only thing that kept me going. What? Oh, yeah, I can explain that easily, psychotic. So, what happened? I didn't find this out for a while later. Even after the surgery, I didn't. It was. I should rephrase it. It wasn't until after the surgery that I actually figured out the full totality of what had happened. So I spent a few years basically killing my body. And so my body was having a lot of poison being shoved through my kidneys for over a very brief period of time, and the kidneys just weren't handling it. Okay? Now, what I was doing was I was working an average of 100 hours a week while not really eating. Please take this from experience. Nobody do that. I did it. I pushed myself, worked my ass off, and was able to function for a period of time there. But it pretty much destroyed me, and bit by bit, my health just kind of started degenerating. I started having, I kept referring to my lesions, which I thought were actually the root problem, not a byproduct, because what was happening was my immune system just kind of went away. Couldn't keep up at all with anything that I was dealing with. So when I would get sick more often, and I would stay sick for longer. And it was fairly unpleasant in general. This is even before the kidney stones actually were really showing up. I started having the occasional pain that I didn't actually realize at first was kidney stones. I didn't know. I had no frame of reference. It was just this nightmarish pain. And I was just in a hellacious amount of pain. So I assumed it was just, something else, some sick thing, whatever. I even consulted, some members of my family, but I wasn't able to explain it adequately. I didn't really have a lot of frame of reference. So, and that happened for about 6 years I spent doing that. Over the course of that time, dozens upon dozens upon dozens. That's a total exaggeration. It was 32. I had 32 kidney stones, in addition to the big one, which was about that big right there. It was fairly large. And it was, like I said, it was an accumulation of several years that was just slowly building up and building up. And it basically got to the point where tearing was starting to happen and shredding of certain aspects of my insides, and certain aspects of my normal biology involving a toilet started getting a lot more unpleasant. And the pain got to the point where basically what was effectively happening was I didn't have a lot of room in my kidney for anything that wasn't a kidney stone. So, according to the nurses that I talked to afterwards, I was within a few months of dying at the rate I was going at. That's why I had to go in for invasive surgery when they went in. They had to go in and pick out 32 kidney stones and break apart the big one and remove the big one and the pieces of the big one in order to do it. That's why I actually had a literal tube sticking out of my back for a couple weeks afterwards, because my body was not able to function normally. I couldn't do things normally. I had to basically stop eating and drink in a very strange way for a few weeks until that was finally taken out. What do I think was the issue that caused that? I don't know specifically. I mean, the lack of eating plus the lots of working probably did it, but that is, of course, my presumption. I'll be right back. The dog is yelling at me. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Clearly, we need to just get money, which we don't have. When did I give up soda? Actually, funnily enough, I got rid of soda because of caffeine, not because of, calories or anything like that. That was during that period of time, though. I was getting caffeine headaches regularly. In economics? I don't think I did, Paladin. Yeah, no. I don't believe I specifically talked about the economic side of the thing. How much spicy and salted food did I eat? Not that much. In either direction, actually. Well, I mean, obviously the Warcraft thing, Little Billy, but yes. I had a statement that I would say to people I trusted for a while there that I had died and survived the experience. Obviously, I didn't die. Not even technically. But I died a bit. I don't know, Jonga. Not that you said that to me, of course. Oh, we're playing as evil Darth Malak, Autark. That is my assumption, Tesla. The truthful answer, though, is I don't know. We do have enough money to create another advert. Why don't we go ahead and try to take Colorado? Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. No, less than one wheel a day, Paladin. So what do we got? Reducing wealth gap. We've already been doing that one. Sure. Create advert. Prediction on the next 4 year with either candidate. You remember how... I don't know how many of you remember this, but when Obama was first elected president, there was this big thing about how he was like the best president ever and the best person ever. He actually, the whole Nobel Prize thing, all that fun stuff. You're right. So, you know how many people spit on Obama now? I'm telling you, it's the president's job. So whoever gets the presidency will probably be rushed into much acclaim and lauded. 4 years from now, they will be hated. It is how that works. And then Arnold will not go for presidency because he was going to this year, but he can't, thanks to legality. Whoops. I could stop the ads, actually. That's not a bad point. Because it's an ongoing expense. And I do pretty solidly have Texas. But I want to have Texas even more. I want all of Texas. Yes. Good. I also want Colorado. Candidates choose their running mates. After all, Darth Malak can't expect to do this on his own. Who should Darth Malak's running mate be? There were concerns about certain foreign individuals basically taking the presidency and then turning the nation of America back into the subsidiary of another nation. So, pretty much back in, I forget the year actually, but a long time ago, literally, when the United States was still new. That is true, Shadow. I want those hips. What do you want from me? I have to choose... Oh, I can't make a custom? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't make a... I was going to make Darth Bandon, because that makes perfect sense. Well, no matter who I pick here, it'll piss someone off. So I'm just going to go Sarah Palin, because that amuses me. No intended insult to anyone for any political opinion. It just amuses me to have Sarah Palin with her sort of you betcha kind of approach to her candidacy and whatnot, as alongside Darth Malik.
Everyone will die horribly and suffer eternal pain.
You betcha. I love the contrast there. So where is she? Where is she? Oh, there she is. She's in Alaska. Well, what a shock. Actually, why don't you go to Colorado, Miss Palin? What is that? The political opportunity. A sneaky know-it-all has this known as the Scandalmonger. Darth Monger of Scandals has joined forces with Darth Malik to dig up dirt. Their opponent will find their integrity halved in whatever state the... yeah, sure, okay. Cool. Lowers opponent integrity. Go to California. We've got a lot of turns to do stuff with, and some money. Let's upgrade. Wait, do we not have one in there? Wait. Oh, God. Oh, God, I just built a... Damn it, I'm an idiot. No, not Nebraska. Why do you keep selecting Nebraska? I don't understand. Why won't it upgrade this one? Yes, Luxia, kind of. Oh, hang on. Do I think that's... Oh, no. No, I don't, Shadow. Not even a little. No! Not California. Is that the only one I could do? Yeah, whatever. Well... Oh, we can hire a new operative. We already got a speechwriter. Ooh, yes. Decrease advertising cost. We need money. So, that's costing... Well, we've got 2 adverts going in California. So let's send him to California! We're kind of focusing on California, if you can't tell here. Just for once, the Soviet Union will be west instead of east. I love that, Bregman. I don't have that much money to do anything else, really. Let's give a speech. We got the stamina to do that. We should probably do it. So who is this? This is Nebraska. I have a friend who lives in Nebraska. A good friend, actually. For the Horde! I don't know if I can, Salamander. Darth Malik supports farm subsidiaries. Sure, why not? Hey, Duncan. Welcome back. What do you mean, Selder? Starting off the race with promise, Presidential hopeful Emperor Palpatine, I can't even say this without laughing, has fallen from the lead as Darth Malak's campaign kicks into gear. With 10 weeks remaining, Palpatine still has time to fight back, but experts agree it'll be tough. Voters can be difficult to persuade. Once they have made their minds up, they can be tough to sway. However, if a candidate can reach the undecided voters, they may be able to pull ahead. Palpatine may want to keep this in mind as the election continues. As for Malak's team, staff members are ecstatic at the news.
It was tough fight to get our poll numbers up, but if we can keep it up, Darth should have nothing to fear come election night.
Yes, Darth Malak supports droid rights, as in more droids that are his right. Okay, we have 63% there. We still don't have Universal in California. We need to claim Universal. One of the best type of speeches. Yeah, I agree. Silence. Yes, I know Hitler did it. It's still true. What are we doing? We're actually losing money every week right now. No, we're not. This year, Maz? No. Believe it or not, I don't enjoy watching monkeys fling poo at each other. Yes, Palpatine will make the Death Star great again. Fail, Crazy Legs. I actually talked about that earlier. Well, Palpatine does have the East Coast pretty much on lockdown. We really need to claim Alaska back, actually. Let's go work on that. Let's give a speech in Alaska, shall we? Oh, hang on. We can build something. We can build something. An outreach center. Finally, let's get some clout going in Alaska. Am I right? We're going to make this huge Death Star. We're going to make the Ewoks pay for it. Opinion on the wall. That's my opinion on the wall. Damn it, he's really fighting for California. Ah, yes, Sildeer, I absolutely do. That's been historically proven many times, actually. I'm not going to bring up too many examples of that, but it's a thing. Shadow, I think you cut off there. You know, that's a good point. Palpatine does wish to increase the Star Wars canteen. Alright, Miss Palin, give a speech in Colorado. Show 'em what you got. Wait, no, I want... Yeah, no. I want her to give a speech. Oh, maybe this will work? No, it's still saying Malak in Alaska. Alright, screw it. Miss Palin, claim Alaska in the name of Malak. And I don't have money. Damn it, frickin' California, still undecided. Thoughts on Disney building a real life Mos Eisley cantina? Eh, well, why not, really? Hey, look, it's a cheerleader. Palpatine has hired a cheerleader. So I guess we know where Mara Jade went. Um, Oh my god, seriously? Alright, fundraising. Sure. 10,000. Is that enough for me to fly there? Yes, okay, thank god. Yes, orcs are best. Okay, what do we got here? Appearance, media bias, lowers awareness, decreases opponent issue rating, spin doctor, fixer. It is very Malik. Let's go ahead and get a fixer. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Where's my fixer? Where is he? He's like behind Malik there. No, that's the Scandalmonger. Where's the fixer? Where's the fixer I just got? I just got a fixer. Where is he? Why not, I guess, Tesla? Doesn't exactly bother me. Where's my fixer? I want to assassinate the cheerleader. Come on. Really? That would be funny, Necro. Oh. Maybe I have to, like, do it this way? Give me a P, give me an R, give me an Ezident. What does that spell? Emperor Palpatine! We could probably discontinue this TV ad now. I hope not, Tesla. I hope he stays dead forever. Whatever. I guess we'll give a speech, because I don't know what else to do here. Sunset Shimmer. I have no idea who that is. Oh, shoot. Well, I'm broke right now, Lurker. God, all this money being blown on nothing. Wow. That did nothing. What? Oh, right, we have no money. A redundant nervous system means if you have nerve damage... Palpatine has won the endorsement of the National Association for Women. Oh no, your opponent has more endorsements than you. Anyways, it means that if you have serious nerval trauma to your brain, or your spine, or your actual nerves, then the redundancy will take over. It's actually quite self-explanatory. Where is my assassin? There he is. Wait, no. That's not. Where's my freaking assassin? I just want to kill people, damn it. Apparently Admiral Dalla was rather convincing. What are my views on campaign funding? That's one of the first things I talked about today, Crazy. In short, I think it's pissing a lot of water into a hole and then letting it on fire. To summarize. I think we need to deal with that shadow. Sooner, preferably. Well, whatever. Let's do a fundraiser. Yay, money. That's a good thing, right? Right? Should create another ad. We will claim California. So let's see. We've already got an ad for wealth gap and climate change. Yes, Autark. Once a year. Won't come back. So we already have... So we need a securing the borders, I think. Or do we? We already have that, though. Emperor Palpatine opposes addressing climate change. So, real quick. I actually saw my first and only political ad I've seen this year just last week. I'm serious, by the way. It was one of the funniest ads I've seen in a long time. I'm going to be... The what theory, Paladin? No, I don't, Shadow. I'm going to be... I'm not going to get it word for word. But basically it was a gentleman saying, I think that this system... I don't even remember what I was talking about. Insert issue A is bad. Insert issue A is bad for Americans. I want to fix issue A. My opponent does not want to fix issue A. Vote for me. And that was the whole advert. That's it. That's all. Now, for those of you not aware of why that's amusing, first of all, it's probably the most blatant political ad I've ever seen. But second of all, and this is even funnier, for him, he's sitting there, and you know how this stuff is crafted, right? There are people... I've actually done studies on this, and studied this in school myself. There's a whole thing about, you want a certain amount of lighting. It needs to be light, airy, pleasant. Everything needs to be positive. Kind of light, unoffensive music. A few birds chirping in the background. And then it cut to, my opponent is not in favor of this thing. And it shifts over to a picture of what at first glance, I thought was a piece of dung. To this day, I'm not actually sure if that's what it was or not. It might have been a rock. It was really hard to tell. If it was a rock, it was a particularly brown rock. Dark brown. On a gray piece of metal in a gray room with bad lighting. And that's what they showed for the opponent. I was actually on BattleNet chat when it happened, and I just burst out laughing. Malik blasts Palpatine. Attacks the Palpatine record on addressing climate change. I don't even know what to say about that. Anyways, hang on. So, Sildir. Let me scroll up here. The whole grab her by the thing. Didn't they record the words of a dragon? Actually, whether that's legal or not is debatable, Saldir. It is one of several things that is indicative of everything wrong with the political system here in the United States. I don't know if this is true in other countries. Basically, people go out of their way to get it... People go out of their way to try and get insider info on what the person is really like. Now, if you don't understand what I mean by that, the idea is they will gleefully basically be... what's the Hollywood term for that? Ooh, candy corn. What is the term for that? People who invade other people's privacy in a violent and unpleasant way in order to try and get scoops. There's a term for that. Anyways, whatever. You're all good, Formosa. Now, here's the thing. Paparazzi, thank you. God, how many of you people out there have said things that you've said around your friends or your buddies or whatever that have been, things you probably wouldn't want other people to know? You've either said it jokingly or you've said it in good fun. Maybe you've cussed out your friends or yelled at them, but not in a way that is deliberate. In other words, you've done it in a way that's being buddies. Pax and I were actually talking about this recently because we were talking about how if, in context of that exact quote that Saldi was just mentioning, if people just started taking some of Pax's comments that he says to his friends, and of course putting, bugging them, first of all, he wouldn't want people to hear that because they would completely misunderstand, and second of all, it would be ripped completely out of context. Now, do not mistake this for me defending Trump, or his attitudes, or his personality. Rather, take this as me attacking the very concept of trying to get that sort of insider information. That's ridiculous. And frankly, I think that's actually unethical. Oh, I found my assassin, by the way. Kill her! Palpatine loses key supporter. Cheerleader withdraws from election campaign because she's frickin' dead. I agree with that, Ruximus. Pax and I are pretty solid on that. He and I have never joked to each other in a way that crosses the line. I don't do that with Gary either. But both of us have other friends who have crossed the line, and we've both been like, and all three of us have been like, no. Gorguts! So, Hillary walks up there. Trump walks up there. And War Boss Gorguts smashes through the wall and says, I should be the boss of here! And he smashes Hillary, and he smashes Trump, and he shoots the entire audience. Wow. I'm actually losing California now. How am I losing California? Well, whatever. I'm going to keep focusing on California. Because I already have Texas and Arizona and everywhere else, really. Ow. I don't actually know what to do with my turn. Damn it. Why can I only... Okay. That's true, Tesla. Insert Hotel California quotes here. But I already have 3 TV ads in California, Lurker. I think he pretty decisively has New York and Florida, too. I guess I can make another ad. I need 20 ads? Yeah. Alright. I don't have the money for that. But I don't have the money, Lurker. Okay, fine. We'll raise some more money. And then with our last movement, we will go to Florida. You have the PR clout to win an endorsement. Alright, we can get the Tea Party movement, the U.S. Chamber of Business, the Christian Confederation, the National Foreign Policy Committee, the National Gun Owners Association, and, well, probably that's it, actually. The National Organization. Okay, hang on, how much clout do I have? I have 10 clout, actually, so I can't get all of these. Clearly, Zeiss. I guess we'll go with the gun owners? I don't know. Darth Malak has won the gun owners. I support killing everyone with guns. If you think about it. I support Zika funding. What the hell that is. No, Necro, I don't think I have played that. Alright, where's New York? Where's New York? Hello, New York. Ooh. I would like to talk to you about stuff. I wonder if we do a fundraising here, what happens. We got a decent chunk of money, actually. But not enough to do another advert. How unfortunate. We can get more money, though, per turn. Malik's winning edge, showing no signs of dulling. Keeping a far distance between himself and his opponent, Darth Malik has continued to reign supreme in the polls. Blah, 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 blah. Views on Obamacare. Ugh. That's the summary. I kind of talked about it extensively earlier. Well, clearly, we need a new operative. I think we'll get another fixer. Oh, never mind. We won't get another fixer. We will get nothing. A consultant? Yeah, we'll get a consultant. Maybe Shadow. I wouldn't put it as unlikely, but I also probably wouldn't predict it. Where's the Star Forge we need? No, seriously. Okay, we'll do a cheap ad. Yes. Cheap ad. Let's go back down here. And then we'll do another cheap ad. I favor Zika. Zika funding. Zika cure funding. Gotta be specific about these things. And then fundraising. Sure, whatever. I don't even know at this point. No! We literally just solidly lost Florida. That's great. Alright. Clearly we should give up on Florida and go back to California. Yes, if by restoration you mean bombard them from orbit. Full Metal. The Red Menace will not be stopped. Not by you, or the Confederates, or the Protoss, or anyone. I will rule this country, or see it burnt to ashes around me. Get another ad here. Which was the one? Reducing wealth cap. Why is that there? I guess we'll do this one? Yes. And we actually have enough to make another one. So, with regards to... what was the one we just did? Climate change. Here, move a bit. So I can see what the hell I'm doing. Okay, so we've got... Oh, shoot, I made a cheap advert. I didn't mean to. Oh, awesome, Deutsch. Looking forward to it. Alright, whatever. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I am Darth Malak, and I support this message. There we go. There we go. I guess that's it for this turn? Yeah. I guess Trump would need it, wouldn't he, Braven? That would be kind of funny, Tesla. In a very horrible sort of a way. That's true, we will have some excellent propaganda here soon. Can I afford a guy yet? Oh, I can get another endorsement. Let's get these people. What are these? No. Employment. I already have them. Sure. Sorry, Lurker. It was pretty bad, Sildir. Would you believe it was until fairly recently, about last year actually, that I didn't actually realize it was only a year that had passed. I mean, on some level I knew that, but like a period of time which was about a month and a half, in my mind felt like a full year. It was so, every day was so agonizingly slow that it was pretty hard to think about that. It was fun. It was fun. Alright. Time to make an ad. My opponent opposes gay marriage. TV ad, of course. Just making more ads in California. It's just how this is working out. Let's just say it how it is here. I think we're doing pretty decent. Yeah, every hour was a day. I mean, I can joke about it now, kinda. But that is pretty much what was happening. Yeah, the Sith probably don't give a damn about Targ. More fundraising, sure. Why not, I guess. Stock market crash. Importance of Wall Street regulations in reducing unemployment. Raises in all states. Okay. Also a baby. What? Blue? But, why? I have 1,000 ads. And, like, all he has is his election headquarters. Can I hire a killer yet? No. I need more political capitals. Where's my one political place I have? God damn it. I'm very upset at losing California, even though I'm pouring all of my money into it. Oh, there it is. I don't know, Necro. At this point, I'm afraid the only choice left is to kill Magister. Thankfully, he's not on, so he'll never see it coming. Damn it! I want California. Why do I not have California? Well. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're at the end of the turns here. So let's see if we can't get a few more votes right at the end here. That's funny you asked that, Paladin, because the answer is still neither. Neither have actually addressed anything economically of any significance or value. So that probably sounds like cheating. It may even be cheating, but it's still true. Yeah, screw it. More ads. More ads in California. Okay, so what do we got here? I need to reduce unemployment. That's the one I need to do. Reduce unemployment. I favor reducing unemployment. I employed a lot of people to make this ad about reducing unemployment. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually winning or not. He has Florida, New York, and California. So, I mean, you know. More money. More money. Let's just rip money out of people's pockets. The race draws to a close. We'll know in 1 week. This is it, guys. It's the final week of the election. Who's gonna win? Darth Malik. Hang on, let's assassinate someone really quick. There we go. Look at this! Ads, 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 people, ads. I'm trying to be as stupid as possible. Look in the news of the Emperor, right? Win or lose, one has to wonder what good can come of this final volley of ads released by Darth Malik, speaking out on reducing unemployment. With less than 2 weeks until the cumulative effect of ads has lost, as most voters have already made up their minds. That's not true!
That's not true,
Malik rebutted.
Voters all need facts before they make their decisions.
Yeah, I think at this point there's actually nothing I can do except give a speech! This is it. A big speech. About reducing unemployment. I give my speech. I fail at giving my speech. Well, whatever, let's see who won. This is it, guys. It's election night. East to west, as it always is, because, you know, it's a freaking... Even though it's usually just... Oh, we got New York? Seriously? Yeah, I'm with you on that, Saldir. Now, the real question is, did we get... wow, we got a lot of the Midwest here. We did get Texas. That's good. Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, I forget, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, thanks for the vote, Deutsch, Nevada, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. Ah, we lost California. And we lost Hawaii. We got Alaska, though. They did get 2 pretty key states, but I think we got this. Malik has won the day and the presidency with a strong showing in popular vote and electoral college. One of the deciding factors in Malik's victory was his use of his political capital, which he used more extensively than Palpatine, even though we lost California. Malik spent more money than Palpatine. Money may not buy you love, but it can buy you votes. That's actually funny.
And now, we will make America great again with droids!
was the spread on California? Wow. 29% voted independent. Hey, Gavel. Alright, we did it, guys. We won. There's a multiplayer mode? And there's apparently a campaign DLC? What the heck is that? Hang on, hang on. What is the campaign DLC? I'm actually curious about this. DLC. Battle for your spot in the White House against some of the most famous and infamous presidents in American history. In the new ladder mode, you'll choose your political party and launch your campaign against increasingly challenging opponents. Do you have what it takes to go down in history? So I guess it's just fighting those guys. Okay, Fearsome, I'm with you on that. But who would you vote for? No, I'm kidding. Did Spirit actually post, by the way? I need to check that real quick. Nope. Did he? Nope, he didn't. And now for Operation Bellhammer. Some people have asked why I call it Operation Bellhammer. Do you know what a bellhammer is? Gong. Gong. Anyways. Sure. Let's... Where's simulation mode? Oh, there it is. Simulate. Sure, why not? Damn it, Spirit. You don't have to, Kamurusko. Difficulty. Incredibly difficult. Starting funds, lots of money. But only 21 weeks. Okay. So we're gonna do it, guys. We're gonna have Trump versus Clinton. Go! Yeah, which one's blue and which one's red? Okay, looks like Trump is red. And, Hillary is blue. Really, Lurker? That's hilarious. There's an old quote, I forget who said it. Ask someone their opinion and they immediately become an expert. I used to have that problem too. I still do to some extent. It took me a while to get out of the idea of, you know, immediately being like, well, I think this, and then treating it as if it was factual. I couldn't remember who was on which side, Django. See you around, Formosa. Wow. Nobody's doing anything right now. Look at this. Seriously, what are these AIs do? I have the difficulty cranked up and the money cranked up. So that this way Trump has a small loan of $3 million. Oh, it crashed. It actually crashed. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you you'll have to give me one moment. Can everyone please rise for your new president? Now, Mr. President, would you like to give a speech?
Yes, I would. And Valenio. And Valenio.
Will I play a scary game? I thought that's what I was doing. But by the definitions you are asking, no, I will not. I have no interest in that. Vote for me! Not those two idiots. I actually had someone ask what party he would be, which kind of completely misses the point. I am amused how many people catch the Anvilania reference, by the way. It's great. The Shade of Aran song? What? Don't think I do, no. I don't remember. Was that last year? It was last year or the year before I did Half-Life 2. It was on Halloween, yes. I just don't remember when that was. Alright, here, let me pretend to play Friday Night at Freddy's. Oh my god, it's so scary! Oh god, another shock! There you go. There's FNAF. So, Roximus, there's this thing called Animaniacs. It is a surprisingly well-done show, at least in part because of the fact that it had more sophistication in its writing and less restriction in what it could do, which was unusual at the time for a cartoon show. It also had Steven Spielberg's backing, which is why they could get away with that. So it got a lot of popularity amongst people who were watching cartoons at about that point in time. And a lot of people watched it. There's an episode where the three siblings became leaders of a show called Anvilania. Here, I'll bookmark that for later, a little bit later. There. And, yeah, it really was Tesla. I actually rewatched it just 2 years ago now, 2 years ago. And it actually has held up surprisingly well. Anyways, but yeah, so they get to Anvilania, and it's like, they'll stand for the Anvilania National Anthem. And it's this really long, slow, drawling song, kind of how I've been singing it. And, yeah. It literally causes them to fall asleep. That's actually a weapon they use against the enemy. And I am terrible because I have really good audio memory, so I could actually remember pretty much the specific song. Give me a second. Wow, there's actually a lot of achievements for this. Red states triumph. The blue states start hoarding water and supplies for the impending collapse of society. Well, there's another achievement. The blue states triumph. The red states start hoarding water and supplies for the impending collapse of society. South Park reference. Wow. There's a lot of weird achievements for this game. Anyways. Sure, Spirit, why not? Honestly, I got nothing else. If anybody has any other questions, now would be the time to ask them. Nope, no questions. I'm out. I don't have any more things to talk about, really. I'm sure everyone's voted already, of course. That's actually something I find amusing. You can vote pretty far in advance with the whole pre-voting thing. You don't actually have to go in on election day. Coke or... I'd go with Coke if I was still drinking that. I used to drink Coke. Obviously, I don't drink soda anymore at all. I'd say probably more Wolfenstein. Darkest Star Wars material? In a good way or a bad way? I'll assume good way. KOTOR 2. In a bad way, it's debatable. When will I play Darkest Hour again? Never. Because you just want to beat me. That's all you... Be honest about it. Good lord, hang on, I gotta scroll up. People are talking too quickly. Mass Effect or Dragon Age? Probably Dragon Age. Will I vote? No. I already talked about that, actually. I believe most people make their decision. I'm sorry, Puff. I shouldn't generalize. I think the relevance is that some people make up their mind early and they just want to get the vote over with. Oh, that's a good one, Bregman. Darkest Star Wars in a bad way. Yu Zun Vong. Very good. What does the Goomba stand for? The irrelevance of the presidency. What did I do, Jax? I'm actually pretty curious what I do. What I did. Most evil path in gaming. Fallout 3. Selling a child into slavery. How do you do that, Django? What do I think BioWare will do for N7? Nothing. Oh, that's not true. They'll probably send off a tweet. There's a list of restrictions for voting Magister, but the big thing is you have to register with your county in order to be able to vote. I haven't decided yet, Deutsch. I'll think about it. That one incident gives me pause. I might toss it up. Lord knows I already regulate my YouTube comments. And I've admitted it. Will Nintendo help with the Olympic Games? I have no idea. Why would I, Kimarusko? When am I opening the floodgates again? When I'm done. Although the current prediction is about May-ish of next year, give or take. That is an estimate. But that is when we will have finished out our current queue. So just Archon mode, basically, Django? Yeah. Well, I can't mention any, Tesla, because doing so would involve crossing the line myself. I admit my line is probably closer than most people's, though. In my own friend's words, I am a bit of a prude. I'm not sure I believe you, Spirit. In fact, I absolutely don't believe you. Oh yes, happy spooky day. Hope you guys get some good candy. Probably not, Paladin. I don't think there's anything good that comes from talking about that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is exactly what you wanted, Spirit. No, I do not, Tesla. I'm a little surprised, Ruximus, that you haven't just tried to get the refund at this point. Hmm. Interesting, Django. I'll consider it. That does sound interesting, in all sincerity. Well, of course you do, Spirit. That's because it's your fault. Well, go get some candy then, Silder. Just go get candy. You can do it. There's a grocery store. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and cut off the local recording. So.